Alright, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Welcome, gamers, and all fans of speed and chaos. The file in this LOTAD is called HP Quest because we are on an HP quest. And probably for no other reason. As the name implies, we're going to get all the heart pieces and containers in this run from their source. Which sounds pretty simple, so what's the catch? I was inspired by last year's February 21st LOTAD, which was a true one-cycle challenge. If you saw that. If you haven't, go back and watch it. It's amazing. So I adopted that challenge here, and what this means is that from the moment the file is selected to the moment we enter the clock tower, the clock will never show a time earlier than when it has already shown. In other words, the clock will never move backwards. Obviously, the heart pieces on the moon are a special case. They'll be collected after the cycle is already over. If you look down at the bottom center of the screen, I have a Lua script running that shows the day in blue, the time in white, and the heart count in red, just for tracking purposes. Now, the keen observer will recognize that this challenge, as stated, is impossible without SRM, and it's trivial with SRM. And I didn't want to make a LOTAD for anything that's either impossible or trivial. I didn't think either one would be very entertaining. So here's how my thought process went at that point. For any challenge of this nature, it's already impossible to get out of Deku form on the first day without SRM. So we're going to have to use it at least once to get a fake transformation mask. But what else about this specific challenge can't be done without SRM? I realized there are several hearts that I can't get in one cycle because they can only be acquired in a certain time window, but they need an item that can only be acquired after that window closes. And it turns out, thankfully, there are exactly 2 such items in the game. So it works out perfectly. If I'm going to use a single instance of SRM to equip a fake transformation mask, that means I can also use my remaining equips to get fake versions of these 2 items at the same time. So that became the new form of the challenge. Get every heart piece and container in the game in a single cycle, using only 1 instance of SRM to equip fake versions of a transformation mask and 2 other items. I won't say which 2 items they are yet. I'll leave it as an exercise for the viewer, which will end a little after the 19-minute mark of the run. I will say this though, if you've already figured out which heart pieces I'm referring to, you may also be thinking, whoa, you're even getting that heart piece and the challenge is still possible? Stick around to find out how. The tracker over here on the left shows every heart piece and container in the game, as well as some of the other items I'm getting. The upper right portion of it represents the 10 masks that I'll be acquiring from their source. Feel free to guess which ones they are and which one's coming next at any point in the run. But to start off, we're going to need some rupees while the clock is still stopped. So we'll begin by getting 51 rupees here, which was actually a lot easier than I thought. I don't know if this is true or not, but it felt like those bushes were a lot more likely to give me blue rupees than the regular RNG bushes. I worked on this LOTAD on and off for about a year. I started in early March last year, shortly after watching the February 21st LOTAD, and I finished this version in early March this year. There was a lot of rerouting and redoing huge portions of the run as I discovered things along the way, and I had to fix quite a few desyncs, which was pretty annoying. But I finally finished it in December. I generated the video, and I was really excited, and then I realized that the video looked awful when I played it on a bigger screen. So I did some research and figured out how to improve the resolution, but when I went to generate the video again, it desynced early on. Apparently, different resolutions require different inputs. So I basically had to go all the way back through it one more time on a higher resolution, but I was secretly kind of happy about it because I knew there were some things I did early on that could easily have been more optimal in terms of real time at least. So this video is actually 3.5 minutes shorter than the original video. There will be moments in the run where there's I guess, a long time between moments of control, cutscenes and whatnot, and I'll be sure to let you know if you need to do something. I'll let you know how much time you have at those portions. This one's coming up to the end of it, of the first one, though. If you have any questions or comments while the run is going, feel free to ask in chat. I'll try to respond as much as I can. When I first started making the LOTAD, I was just kind of going through with my own inputs for a while until I realized there are much better ways to do it. And so this whole opening part I changed completely the second time around. This next room, the one after this one, I just copied straight from a task because there's a jump that you can do toward the end, and I could not replicate it. I could not figure out how. So this room just came directly from the task. It's pretty awesome, though, that jump. Hey, Feely, Healy, Feeli, Heli? I think that second one is better. Let's see. This room also began in a similar way to the task, but I had to make a few adjustments. Oh, Feely, okay. And we are in. Now I know that in real time it's a little bit faster to reset here, but I don't know, it felt more right not to. In fact, not to reset at any point in the game, just to keep the clock where it is and not let it go back. So I didn't reset here just for that reason. So we've got a lot to do before the night transition, which gives us the opportunity to perform our SRM. Start by grabbing this fairy. And we're going to try and collect as many heart pieces as we can in that time before night, using just this Deku form, which may not surprise you to learn isn't that many hearts. But it is just enough. Oh, we also want to get the wallet, because that's something we can do in this form too. So start by dropping 2 of them, and then we'll just need 2 more trips here with a full wallet to get our adult wallet. first thing that's going to give us additional rupees is where I'm going now. You may have guessed it. Actually, a slight detour to get this heart piece first. You have to backwalk there because Deku Link isn't fast enough to run off the ledge and make it. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but the tracker updated when that heart piece was got. It's going to happen with all of them. Yeah, because Deku Link isn't fast enough to just run forward that way, so you have to backwalk before and then turn around right at the end to make that jump. And now we collect our magic. Now, in addition to collecting heart pieces, we can make progress toward collecting certain heart pieces also, including this one, which thankfully also gives us a 50 rupee boost, which is exactly what we need to fill up our wallet. It's also really strange to try and figure out patterns for when the clock is running and when it's not. I don't know if you noticed there, but while the Deku scrub was getting off the flower and letting me onto it, the clock started running again until he spoke again. It's really weird to see times when the clock is running when you wouldn't expect it to, and other times when it stopped when you'd expect it to be running. We're already 3.5 hours in, and we've just got the one heart piece. That doesn't bode well, because there's 52 heart pieces in the game and 4 heart containers, and we only have 72 hours. Well, again, 4 of those heart pieces are on the moon, so we've got 72 hours to get the other 48 and 4 heart containers. So our average is not looking good right now. But now that our wallet's full, we gotta go back to the bank. Now we're gonna leave town to fill our wallet once again and grab yet another heart piece. So we'll use these 4 bushes on the way to the southern swamp path to fill that up. we're gonna go climb this tree. Because we can do that as a Deku. You do have to kill this bat, and then I have to come over here for a little manipulation for these other bats. Or else it's pretty dangerous. I don't know how he missed me there, but it worked. So that's 2 pieces so far, and you can see the tracker down there says 3.5. So if you're ever unsure how many pieces we have, you can tell by that decimal point. Alright, now that our wallet's full again, we can go back and upgrade it. But we're actually going to need these rupees, so we can't just leave them in the bank. Which means next time I come here, I'm going to have to open a new account, get a new stamp. Buy bombs now, just because we can. Everything we're doing now is just because we're going to need to, and it's possible as Deku, so we go for it now. Also, we need an item for the SRM. We need to have an item, and I didn't get the Deku nuts earlier, so you gotta have something in there to put the cursor on. Now, here's another one of the few heart pieces we can get in this form, and it's late enough in the day that the postman is here. The suspense is thick. Oh, we did it. It's getting close to nighttime now, so I figured, why not? Let's cap it off. Let's get a full heart as Deku before we go into the rest of the run where things really start to ramp up. Now, there are a few things that have to be done at, well, actually there are a lot of things that have to be done at certain times or in certain time windows during the game, and you'll see just how close we are, especially in this first day. So now it's time to get ready for the SRM. And we got a little time to kill, so play around on this fence a little bit. And here we go. Alright, last chance. If you haven't figured out what the other 2 items are, this is it. This is all set up. Because I don't know of a better way to get the SRM, so I just use the regular setup. So, Couples Mask, Zora Mask, and All Night Mask. Fake versions of each of those. Now, thankfully, the mayor's residence is open until 8. So we had just enough time to come and use the Couples Mask. Because otherwise, my equips are all locked right now. I can't change my equipment. Because if I do, I'm going to lose that fake mask. So I can't change anything until I'm done using it. But like I said, thankfully there's just enough time to get in here after the SRM and use the Couples Mask to unlock one of my equips. Because I don't need the couples mask anymore after this. So now I've got one equip unlocked. And the reason, you might be wondering why the Zora Mask instead of the Deku Mask. The reason is the Zora Mask makes it a lot easier and faster to get the Ocarina back. So we're going to keep that equipped until I do, which is coming up shortly. But if I didn't do that, if I got the Ocarina the way that Castel got it in the February 21st LOTAD, there would be way too little time left to get all the hearts. So we're going to set up this appointment here using our one equip slot for the Mask of Cafe. Yeah, we're going to use a get item manipulation just like last time. But first we have to do this. Thankfully this place is open late too. So we have just enough time after the Mirror's Residence to come here and do this first day. So the way that the last LOTAD, the last true one cycle LOTAD got the Ocarina, it was a get item manipulation using remote hookshot on a chest. And we don't have time to go and get the hookshot and set all that up. So we're going to have to do it much more quickly. And we're going to do that now because time is running. And now, again, we've still got our one equip slot. We can use bombs here to do a bomb time stop. Now, you might be wondering about time stop. We are going to use it, but it does not trivialize the run, if that's what you're afraid of. Believe me, it's not even close. We'll talk about it later when I get the bottle. But yeah, this is absolutely necessary in order to make the whole thing work. And we'll get a Hess right there off that Woodfall. Travel a little bit faster. Oh, a lot faster. And now we'll get the Ocarina. And what that'll do is it'll slow down the speed of the time. You can see how fast it's running now. It'll go about, 3/5 as fast after this. So we got the Deku nut there, and we're gonna use the get item manipulation on the Deku stick here. And if you look at the tracker, you'll see there's the Ocarina. And if you look at the item menu, you see it there too. So we get our Hess off this little scrub. Unfortunately, Link is a little bit too short to stand in this water. And we got rid of the fake Zora Mask because we're done with what we needed it for. So I wanted to unequip it immediately so that you only hold on to fake items that are still necessary for the run. And now we're off to get our bottle. Get a Hess off the snapper. Now I know that was a really impressive trip, so if we have time, I'll show you again later how it's done. Thanks. Actually, the first time I did this, I was not very cognizant of Hessing, and so part of what I did when I went back through it was to make sure I did it as much as I could. But you know what? Just because you think the Hesses are so cool, I'm going to show you again how we got through the Lost Woods. literally the exact same inputs. So if you missed anything last time, pay attention this time, and you'll see it. Now, of course, we actually do need to rescue Kume because we need to do the boat cruise later to get that heart piece. So that's why we're doing this. So we've got our bottle, and we can't just use the bomb every time we want a time stop later on. So we're gonna have to find a different way. First we clear the monkeys. And here's another way to time stop. If you pull out the ocarina and stop it right away, you can stop time. And then we'll use our bomb to Hess. I don't know, I think I might have accidentally gotten a slow Hess here. And then just didn't catch it and didn't update it. But anyway, we're here now. And so now that we have the ocarina and we have our bottle, we're going to go make our way back to Clocktown because we're going to need the Song of Healing. And along the way, we're going to pick something up that's going to be very useful in our run. This is the last damage time stop we're going to need. And I didn't Hess off of that Woodfall right there. Probably should have. But anyway, we're going to do this instead. Now, we didn't get the Deku stick. We swapped it for an ocarina last time, so we're going to actually need it. So let's get it here. And now we pick up Furore the fish. Now, I have a theory about this fish. And this cutscene coming up with the Skull Kid and the fairies is like 2 minutes and 10 seconds long, so if you need a snack break or something, this is it. I have a theory about this fish. I think this fish is the goddess of time that Tattle keeps talking about. Because it helps us do a lot of things to manipulate time, as we'll see soon. When she asks for more time up on the clock tower, this fish will actually enable us to have more time. And it can also make copies of itself. And the fact that it disguised itself as a fish and was just hanging out in this pond, in the swamp, if you've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, then you understand this is perfectly reasonable. Like, this is just the kind of thing that spirits do sometimes. So it all ties together. It all makes sense. Now, for time stop itself, though, we're going to be using... Hey, Legend of Solomon, good to see you. Thanks for joining. We're going to be using time stop in this run, and the reason I said it doesn't trivialize the run is because there are a whole lot of limitations to our time stop, and the amount of time we end up having is just barely enough to get all the heart pieces. And some of those limitations are this. First of all, bottle time stop can only be done with Human Link or Zora Link. So anything I need to do as Deku or Goron, I can't use bottle time stop with them. I'll have to find a different way if I'm gonna time stop with them at all. And while I'm in time stop, I can't use my B button weapon, and I can't use my C buttons. I can only use A. So there are going to be a lot of points in the run where obviously I need to use those, and so I can't be in time stop during those times. So we will be using bottle time stop, but it'll mostly be for traveling and just cutting down on that time. So here's our first instance of it right here. When we put the fish back in the bottle and we're holding it in our hand, target and shield and try to use the bottle, that's how we get into this time stop. And like I said, even with time stop, there's just barely enough time to get all the hearts. So now we make our way back into the clock tower, get the Song of Healing, get the Deku mask, and have our first real transformation mask. This cutscene is about 3 minutes long, so if you need a breakfast break. What? I don't understand. True one cycle. Like in quotes? It is a true one cycle. I mean, the clock, the clock never goes backwards. You never reset the cycle. You never go to a new cycle. It's just this one cycle. So now we have the Song of Healing. And you may have noticed that the camera was a little bit weird for that early part because it's expecting you to be in Deku form, which is a little bit shorter, I think, than they expected Link to be, so it looked weird, and the Deku mask fell off of human Link, but it's all back to normal now. And it's time for the lore break. Hey, thanks for the follow. Now we get to see a range of emotions gone through very quickly. Kind of a microcosm of the emotions of the areas of this game. All rolled into a 3-minute cutscene. And some more text. Alright, and now, just like Tattle said, it's time to make our way back to the swamp. Oh, not yet. Psych. We got a few things to do here before we go to the swamp. We need to hit that owl first of all, because we're gonna go get the Song of Soaring during this trip to the swamp. But before we do that, we've got to do something that we're not gonna have much time to do later. Oh, that kid running, by the way, if you actually touch him, he'll say, "Hey, I'm playing a game with somebody here," and he won't actually be caught because he's expecting Deku Link. Also, nice sword hitboxes. Oh, in this game, it doesn't matter how quickly you cut the logs, as long as you cut them all. The time in between the logs and the time to end. Wow, really nice hitbox. And the time to the end, it's constant. It doesn't change. And now we do a little bit of manipulation to make sure that we get a log up at the top, because we want to stay close to the door when it's done. And you can see now the clock still runs until the minigame ends, at the same time it always ends. And now, as I said, we can get the hidden owl. Thankfully, we have 2 equip slots now, so we can it'll make things a lot faster. Fewer pauses. And I waited until the very last frame where the owl would just barely activate before leaving and loading South Clocktown. So now we'll do what Title said, and we'll make our way over to the swamp. It's going to look pretty similar to how we did it the first time, except now that we have the Ocarina and we're entering Termina Field from Clocktown the first time, we've got this brief cutscene. And instead of damage time stops, we're going to be doing bottle time stops to save our hearts. But we'll still try to Hess whenever we can. And we won't always need a bomb to Hess off of. We can just Hess off of the enemies like we've been doing a few times. Bombs are... the game's pretty generous with bombs. So we've got plenty to work with. Now we're back. But before we go any further... oh, also, I can explain this. There's 2 kinds of time stop. There's the slow kind and there's the fast kind. All that means is if you do it slowly, you can see up to cancel out of it like I just did there. And if you do it fast, you actually can't cancel out of it. You have to either collect a heart piece or... oh, by the way, another thing. If you collect this pictograph box close to the door, you don't immediately start the boat ride, which is important because that will take way too much time off the clock. As I was saying, the fast time stop, you can't cancel out of it. You have to either collect a heart piece or go to a loading zone or what. If you climb a ladder or pick something up during time stop, you can't cancel that either, and you can't even cancel that by collecting a heart piece. And I'm not sure why. We're going to collect this pictograph of Tingle real quick. We're going to get this heart piece because we're going to need to store a pictograph later on, and we're going to have to keep it for a while. So we're going to do this quickly before we go get the Song of Soaring. So if you climb a ladder during time stop, or pick something up like a bush or a pot or something during time stop, you can't cancel it even by getting a heart piece. You can only cancel it by going into a loading zone. So if I want to climb a ladder and then open a door, I can't do that. I have to cancel time stop before I climb the ladder. So all that time that I'm climbing the ladder, the clock has to be running. We are going to take advantage of that fact later on in the run, though. Much, much later on. And I'll try to remind you. So now we got that. Our pictograph slot is free. And if we need to use it later on, it'll be available. But now we're going to make our way over here. And the only way to get past this big octo right now, while in time stop, because we won't have access to our C buttons, is to be a Deku. But Deku can't do bottle time stop, which is why we're making this detour here to go to this Gossip Stone, because fortunately Deku Link can do the Gossip Time Stone time stop that we did last time. First time putting on the mask, so we have to see that cutscene. So now we are in time stop as Deku. Like I said, no C buttons, no B weapon, but we won't need any of that to make our way over there as Deku. You may have seen this before in the other LOTADs, but you probably haven't seen it during time stop. It'll give you a new perspective, a new angle. Gotta wait a little bit for him to prepare the next shot, and then we avoid out, take the hit, and go quickly past this Octo before it loads the ability to absorb us. And then move on. Now normally here you would switch back to Human Link and then roll up there and kind of grab the ledge, but we don't want to do that because that would cancel our time stop. So we're going to bring this Dragonfly over here. That's why I went down there and came back, just to get the Dragonfly and damage boost up there. So we can maintain our time stop. And we don't have to cancel it until we get all the way to the stone tablet that teaches us the Song of Soaring. Now, normally, what we might do from here is go and get the Sonata of Awakening, but this isn't a normal run, and we've got some things to take care of before we get the Sonata. So we'll get that. We're gonna soar out of here for now, and we'll get that later. Back to Clock Town we go. Because we've got some things to take care of that need to happen during this time window. And we don't want to be too late. Now that trips like these seem like they don't seem like they take too much time, so you might be wondering why are you doing the bottle time stop when this trip just takes a few minutes. They really do add up, so it's important to do it in all of these because there's just not enough time to let the clock run for any of these times. Now we got 110 rupees. We're going to need 140 by the time we soar again, so on our way to get this mask here, we're going to quickly collect a couple of rupees, and then we'll collect the last one and Hess at the same time. We also got a few more bombs, just for fun. And now we'll get Camaro's mask. And this is our last opportunity to basically do this whole portion, getting the Camaro's mask and then using it. So we've got to do it now. We also need to make our appointment. Don't want to forget that. Now you might be wondering what's the point of getting this letter. It is because we're going to need the event item 1 slot later, so we can't give up a title deed for nothing. What we can do is give up this letter for nothing, and we're going to need to do it. So that was the whole reason for using Cafe's mask and setting up the appointment and doing this, is because we don't have another source of paper that's disposable. But now we do, so we can take this opportunity to talk to this guy. One more thing we've got to take care of in this time window, because we can't do it later. And it takes place in the West Clock Town. Enjoy this dance. So we're already over 3/4 of the way through the first day, and we're still at a total of 5 hearts out of 20. So our average is, it's still not looking great. Hopefully that'll change soon. Also, gotta stock up on a few more bomb chews. We used 10 of them last time for the owl statue. We're gonna need some more. Or I should say they speed things up for us. We don't actually need them. And same thing with this guy. We don't need him, but he speeds things up. He saves some in-game time for us. So we're gonna play a song to get this scarecrow ready. And we'll use him later. And now that that's taken care of, we can go back. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do next. Okay, we got 95 rupees now. We need 100. So, we're gonna go grab this blue rupee in the box before we talk to Guru. Now, you may be wondering, why are we getting this mask? We don't actually need the Bremen mask for a specific heart piece. So why are we getting it? Well, just hang on to that in the aft of your skull. Now let's get the Zora Mask. Now for this, you can't actually push Mikau until you've cleared the text box around him. Goes, oh, please get me to shore. You can't push him until you clear the text box, but you can't bring up the text box during time stop. So you either have to cancel time stop and then start pushing him, or better yet, we'll cancel time stop, clear the text box, then make our way to shore and do the time stop again, because pushing him takes a little bit longer, well, a lot longer, than just trying to swim here normally and watch everything. So we'll be doing this part in time stop. Now, fun fact, did you know that this cutscene is not actually a cutscene? You can walk. You can control Link during it. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, as long as you push him in time stop, you can still do this. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be very helpful in any run, but here you go. And yeah, you got about 2 minutes, well, almost 2 minutes, I think, until I get control again. So if you need another snack, here's your chance. Poor guy. And now we've got the real Zora Mask. So let's go ahead and use it right away. And thankfully, as I said, because of the way, I'm pretty sure it's because of the way their shields work. Zora Link and Human Link shields work in a similar way, so they can both do bottle time stop. Goron and Deku Link, if you're familiar with them, their shields work a little differently. Oh, we're super swimming here, by the way. We could use that Hess into a super swim. And then we'll do a normal swim here at the end. Remember, you can use your A, so you can still do Zora swimming during time stop. But you can't use fins, because that's her B weapon. Although, interestingly enough, you can use the blue magic shield even on land. Like so when you're swimming, you just push R, but when you're on land, you have to use R and B. And if you press R and B, you can still... Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, no. Oh. Okay, that was weird. My OBS kind of flipped out. We're still good, right? Yeah. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so if you use R and B on the land, it still brings up the magic shield, even though I can't use fins. Not sure why that is, but it works. And now, this is the part where we are glad to have an extra, well, not an extra, but an empty pictograph slot, because we're going to need that in here. And we're going to need that pictograph later. Remember that one Deku nut we got? Well, at some point pretty soon, we're going to need that number to be 0 Deku nuts, because we're going to duplicate our bottle. But no sense in just wasting a perfectly good Deku nut, so... Oh, that pirate just missed me, by the way. If you go there quickly enough and start climbing the ladder, it'll just miss you. So yeah, no sense wasting a perfectly good Deku nut. Let's go ahead and use it here, take advantage of it. For this one also, you have to go really fast to make it before the pirate sees you, and you just have enough space to use the nut, freeze her in place, and hello! Take a picture of that face. This time stop actually has multiple functions. In addition to stopping time, it allows us to skip over this cutscene when we don't have the bow yet to shoot really far. So if we pass the trigger and then come on the other side with Deku Link, we can just position ourselves in a good spot to not trigger the cutscene and still shoot the beehive. Now we just make our way over and grab that hookshot. We get a lot of mileage out of this hookshot in this run. While we're here though, there's still one more thing we need to get from the Pirate's Fortress. We can't leave yet. So we're gonna make our way over there now. Fastest way out is through. And it puts us right in front of this door. Good news for us, that's where we're going. So we'll make our way over to this art piece. And you have to cancel before the ladder again because we won't be able to cancel after. Now we do the regular setup for this. So getting Deku into that fan, that vent area, turns on the flowers, but then we void right out, so it activates the flowers when we respawn, and just enough room to clip through that corner. Now we're fully done with the Pirate's Fortress, and we can get out of here. Also, there's not much time left. And if you know anything about heart pieces, you know that there's one later that involves a bank where it would be very helpful to have a bigger wallet than the one we have now. And I can only get that wallet during the first day, and the first day is almost over, so we've got to take care of that now. And we won't be using time stop anywhere inside this ocean spider house, and it's not too big a deal because time is barely running in there anyway. Oh, we're also gonna duplicate our bottle here. Put the fish in a dupe bottle because we're going to need a real empty bottle later on, so might as well take care of that now. And yeah, in the spider house, time doesn't run that much because as long as the message is up that says you got a Skulltula token, time doesn't run while that message is on screen, and that message is going to be on screen a lot. So it's okay that we don't need to stop time artificially. Would have been nice to have 3 equips in here, but we don't, so there are going to be a few times where we got to switch to the stick. But that's okay. Otherwise, we could have done the whole thing without pausing. Kill that one with a bomb chew. Which is going to be a recurring theme in this spider house. Oh, this room is nice. I'll just let you enjoy it. So if you let that bomb chew go, you have just enough time to hit the painting and let the cutscene play. If you do it with the correct angle, you have just enough time to let that cutscene play before the bomb chew gets back to where you can weird shot off of it. And it kills the Skulltula behind the painting at the same time. We had to time that roll because if we did it too early, then the cutscene would be playing while the bomb chew was supposed to hit the other Skulltula, and it wouldn't have actually exploded. So we had to wait a little bit there to make sure that these two died. And I don't know if you noticed, but we shot a bomb chew around, basically around that whole room. And while it was going, we collected some tokens, and when it got back to us, we got a weird shot off of it. And while we're in here, I mean, since we had to come in here anyway, we can go ahead and collect the heart piece that's up there. But we don't have arrows. How can we get past these masks? We don't know the order. Well, fortunately, we can clip through up here with a recoil flip. We use that hook shot to avoid the Skulltula that falls on our head. And then we do a recoil off the Skulltula. Boy, I sure hope nothing goes wrong here. Oh. Ooh. Uh-oh. Is this a desync? Keep running into these Skulltulas. Oh no. If I do that again, it's over. Let's see if you can get through. So this was weird. So you'll see me see up here because for some reason, if I'm not looking at that explosion of those 2 bomb chews when it happens, it won't encompass it won't hit all 3 of the Skulltulas for some reason. So that's why I had to see up there just for a moment to look at the explosion so that it actually kills all 3 of these. And this is the only thematic portion of the run related to the weekend. He was dead, and now he's alive again. So we collected that last token while dying to make it faster to get out of here. So, we've got the Giant's Wallet. Now at this point I had an epiphany. I thought to myself, in the course of this run, I have to get both arrow upgrades, right? I have to. There's no way around that. And that giant wallet makes the bank heart piece much faster, so I'm going to do that anyway. And it's really close to a heart piece, so I might as well. Um, you know what else makes the bank heart piece faster? Buying the big bomb bag, which is interesting. And so I started having some thoughts about equipment and whether I could add a new challenge to this run. We'll see how that ends up going. Right now we are making our way over to the Lens of Truth. We've got 2 real transformation masks. We're going to get a 3rd here. I would like to apologize for this area. For some reason, when I was going back through it, you'll see like you'll see an artifact here of how green I was when I started making this LOTAD, and when I went back through it, I didn't change it, and I realized after I finished, like, uh-oh, really should have. But again, I apologize for rolling through this instead of doing some faster movement. But yeah, I hope you can forgive me, and the rest of the run's cleaner. So now we get a few more bombs from those bushes. It is indeed a LOTAD. That's the lowest part of it, I think. So now, what I wanted to do before the day ends is get that last transformation mask, and then we're going to do something else too that I may have already hinted at. We'll get some ISG off of that owl message, and even though we hit the owl statue, so I had to do it so that he would rotate toward the owl statue, and he could hit it while the message is up, but as long as he didn't end in a position where the sword was on the owl, it wouldn't actually activate the owl statue, which is what we did there. And because of that ISG, we were able to go up that slope you just saw. And we can do it even in time stop. And now that we've used our stick, we're going to need another empty bottle here. Well, not necessarily here. We could have used a regular one, but we're going to need another empty bottle soon, so I figured might as well do it here. And now we heal our Goron friend, Romani. And this is definitely the shortest of the transformation mask cutscenes. So we're not done here just yet. I do want to open this spring. And if you're wondering why, then maybe you didn't catch the hint that I gave earlier. what do you think we're about to do with this hot spring water? Melt the Elder? Why would we need to melt the Elder? That doesn't make any sense. We will be melting something, though. And that something is in this building. Their furnace is frozen. We've got to melt this if we want to upgrade our sword. I know you all gasped at that. Yeah, so when I had that epiphany I mentioned earlier about all the things that we would have to upgrade in terms of our equipment, I just thought, hey, let's just finish it off. Let's just get everything. So yeah, this is also, you can add to the list. It's a true one cycle all hearts max equipment upgrades. Oh yeah, most people only do it in the spring, but you can melt their furnace with hot spring water or the fire arrow, or you can wait till spring. Either way. So now that that's taken care of, we can do a few things here in Clocktown before we collect the next item on our list. So first, we're going to grab the silver rupee chest in here, because we are going to need some rupees coming up. And I tried to do the gainer, but I don't think it works in time stop, since you can't like use Z to update the camera. Like, you can lock the camera still with Z, but for some reason, I maybe I was doing it wrong, I don't know, but as far as I could tell, I couldn't actually do a gainer in time stop. So we just had to do it the slow way by walking over to that bench and side hopping. Now we're gonna make our way to the observatory. But not the normal way, not through the inside. We're going to go through the outside because it's a little bit faster. Now, after I was done with all of this, I saw a video that I think... Oh, ESS twisted backflip, huh? I didn't think about that. I also didn't think about the fact that you might be able to just Hess through the corner of the gate for the observatory. I didn't realize that was a thing, so I just went and did it this way by coming over to this gossip stone and becoming a Deku. If I were to go over this again, first I'd fix the rolls through to the lens of truth, but then I would definitely update this to Hess through the corner of the gate. But anyway, we still end up getting to the observatory in time stop. This way just required a little bit of a detour. And we got some things to look at in here. We're gonna get the Moon's Tear. But we're also going to make sure we watch that guy, that business scrub. And we couldn't do that earlier in Deku form. I tried to do it on the first day, but the Deku scrub never came. And I realized if you don't have the Ocarina, it doesn't load. It doesn't come out. So we had to do... So I figured instead of wasting my time coming over here and getting just the Moon's Tear, and then coming back later for that guy, I'd just do it all at once. Also, we can take advantage of this transition here while we're looking, because that stops the clock for a little bit, so we get a little bit of reprieve. But once we're ready, once this guy starts to go down into his hole, we can get out. And we're not going to get that heart piece now, but we did have to set that up for later. For now, we're just going to grab the Moon's Tear. So, second day, we're at 5.75 out of 20. Well, I guess we can just say out of 19, because the last one's on the moon. Not great. We've gotten a total of 11 heart pieces out of 48 on Earth, and no heart containers. And the first day is over. So, yeah, still not looking good. But we are... So technically we don't need any of the title deeds to get their heart pieces. But the reason I'm doing this is because there's just one. There's one. The one in the mountains would require a lot of time with the clock running to get it without using these title deeds. So that's... Hey, Crisco. So that's the only reason that I'm doing this, is to get this title deed so I can get the swamp title deed, so I can move that Deku, so that I can spend less time with the clock running getting that heart. Because it's so high up that if you don't use that Deku flower, you gotta hover, which takes C buttons, which we can't do in time stop. So because of all the running time that would waste, we have to do it this way. We have to go get that title deed, and then go get the swamp one, and then go to the mountains. It's what makes it even worse is that, so I had to reroute this, because when I first did this, I thought, okay, this is great. Let's go do the Ikana graveyard stuff in this time, and that way I can then soar to the southern swamp. I wouldn't have to travel over there like I'm doing now. But when I did that later on, I ran out of time to do all the things that I needed to do in the second day. So I had to move the Ikana graveyard to later, which means I wouldn't have it as a location on the map, so I couldn't soar to it. So we just had to maneuver our way over like this. Now, like I said, we don't need the title deed to get this heart piece, but we do need the title deed to get the title deed. And then it's still faster to not use the flower to get this heart piece. So it's a little strange to be freeing up this flower only to just not use it. But that's what we're gonna do. If you thought that first night was crazy, just wait till we get to the second night. So that Goron kind gets us up onto the roof. And now that heart piece is done, we can go back to the mountains and get that heart piece. And the reason we did this in this order is because there's some more stuff we have to do in the mountains before we make our way to the first temple, which we still haven't even come close to entering, despite the fact that we're already in the second day. Now there's a mask here in the mountains that's required to get a heart piece, and it takes a long time to get this mask, and it's really annoying, but it's required. We can't just skip it. So we're making our way over to do that now. We're gonna make that brief detour to get the heart piece, but then we're gonna have an interesting method of saving time while trying to get this Don Gero's mask. Because we just can't, we don't have enough time to just get it normally and let the clock run all the time that we're carrying the rock. So we're gonna do our best to try and minimize the amount of time the clock is running while we're doing that. So, as I said, the clock would not be running very much with this method, whereas if we tried to do the hover one, it would take a while. So now we make our way into the Goron village. And if you haven't seen this before, it turns out that you don't have to get the chandelier spinning to break the pot with the sirloin rock. What you can do is break the really close pot, because the sirloin rock pot is too far to reach. But if you break that pot that we just broke, that actually starts the chandelier swinging back and forth. And because it swings back and forth, when it's on its way back, there's just enough room if you build up speed with that torch to get all the way to that part of the chandelier and break it. So now, like I said, we don't have enough time to carry this all over. And Goron can't use Bottle Time Stop. But Goron's the only one who can carry the rock. We can't use Zora Link because this is the English version. So, how are we going to do this? We're going to use a new form of time stop that we haven't used yet this run. We're getting our health really low from this Tektite, and then we're going to Hess off of him, which seemed to end for some reason. I don't know if it's related to the ice, but it stopped right there. And now we'll make our way over to where a heart can spawn. Place a bomb. Switch to Goron. Die from the bomb. And land on the heart piece. It's called the death time stop. And so now, as Goron, we can pick up the rock sirloin. That damage was important. We're going to need that later on. And walk all the way with the clock stopped. Sorry, all the way to the next loading zone. Now, of course, the clock is going to start again. So now we got to go to where this other heart spawns and where this enemy is. We'll take the damage, do a side hop, take damage in the air to die, and then land on that heart. And now we can walk through here. Take that damage again from the Tektite because that gets us down to half a heart instead of one heart. And thankfully there's an enemy right here and a heart right here. So one last time we use our death time stop. And now we can make our way again through this area with the clock stop. But we can't activate the cutscene with the clock stopped, so we had to get out of the loading zone, come back, but fortunately this area is really close to that loading zone, so we save a lot of time. And that is how we get Don Gero's mask with a relatively small amount of time actually coming off the clock. now that that's taken care of, we can do that other thing that we needed to do here in the mountain village. And get our sword back. We didn't actually have our sword that whole time, but we didn't need it. Worked out. What did he say? We're going to need gold dust to upgrade it further? Alright, now we're going to have to get some milk. And you know what that means. We are going to be using remote hookshot at some point. And this is also why we needed that empty real bottle. This is why I transferred the fish to the fake bottle. So that we would have one empty... We still only have one real bottle at this point. And we needed to leave it empty so we could buy the milk to put inside. But there's also something else that we need to do in Termina Field first, because it's actually our last opportunity to do that. There are a lot of things that we do during our last opportunity. And this is yet another one. At first, I saved all the Termina Field heart pieces for later. But then I realized this P-Hat is only awake during the day, and I can't save it for the very end because it'll be nighttime by then. So we had to make this little detour and get this P-Hat heart piece now. So, if we look at our tracker, those heart pieces, they're starting to fill in a little bit, but there's still a lot of grayed out space on there. So we can hess off of that. And now... finally, we can start making our way toward the first temple by getting the Sonata of Awakening that we didn't have time to get to before. This time, though, we have a taller form who can still use bottle time stop, so now when we hess, we don't have to swim at all. We can go all the way over to the area with the Octorok in it. But we're not going to go straight for the Octorok because there's one thing we got to take care of along the way. And that is this frog. Which is why we had to do that whole mountain area first. We had to get this mask before we came back to this area because I'm not coming back here again. So we had to go in that order. And now this is interesting. If you want to do time stop in here and you release a fish in the water, it starts swimming. You can't just pick it up. But if I use my fins here and pick up the fish at the same time, the cutscenes overlap and you get that little freezing effect there. And then we can make our way over to the Deku Palace with time stopped. can't just go straight for the song. We have to make yet another detour. Because there's a heart piece in here. So we hop over onto the fence and around. Go through here, and I got a pretty good seed. I got some rupees there. We're gonna need some rupees later. I got some pretty good RNG for this part, so that we can just go quickly and avoid everyone seeing us. The first time I did this, I got these blue rupees you're about to see here, but when I went back through it, getting them actually made me a little bit late to pass one of the guards later. So I didn't get them this time, and I had to make up for it by getting some rupees elsewhere a little bit later on. That was the guard, by the way, that it made me late for. I just barely had enough time to get through. So now our first remote hookshot, which thankfully can be done with only 2 equips, which is what we have now, because we've still got our fake item. If you pause on the correct frame and switch your half milk bottle to an empty bottle, it still allows you to do the remote hookshot with just 2 equips. And so now we are learning the Sonata of Awakening. I would let everyone enjoy the music for a little bit, but then we gotta get back to business. I mean, that's what the king is doing, right? Now that we have that, we can make our way straight over to Woodfall. So, we're going to enter our first temple at, well, like 9:15-ish on the second day. We should be fine, right? Oh, and just as a matter of, I don't know, principle, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word for it. I decided I'm not going to use any form of time stop inside any of the temples. So once we enter any temple, there won't be bottle time stop or death time stop. There are no gossip stones. I don't think. But anyway, we're not doing any form of time stop in here. It's just going to be continuous movement. And that goes for all the temples. So, first room, no problem. Just gonna make our way straight over to the bow. This is where Goron Link gets to shine. Because without time stop, his movement is the fastest, or the least, it takes the least amount of time off the clock. And he also happens to be very strong, so we kill this guy with 1 pound. Now at this point, normally, we would just make our way to the boss room, because there are plenty of ways to do a boss key skip. You may have noticed that I did a quick spin earlier on to break that pot and get the... Oh, I turned that off, Legend. Sorry. I am planning to upload this, so I didn't want those to interfere. Oh, but hey, Liquify. Yeah, so normally we would go straight to the boss room, but we can't do that now because we are getting all of the hearts. So we have to do this. We don't actually have to get the boss key, but I'm gonna anyway. You may have noticed that I got the Deku stick earlier. That's where I was going. I got that because while I could use remote hookshot to skip through the door, this was the best opportunity to get the stick back, and I am going to need the stick pretty soon. It's going pretty well so far, I think. Oh, and yeah, I used that bomb to bring the snapper closer to the gecko for the third hit. And I tried to set it up so that he would be close to one of the doors. Either this door or that door, either one. It worked out that he was really close to that door. And that way we can talk to him on our way out without losing much time. But yeah, we're going to need the Deku stick soon. So we don't even have an empty bottle right now to use the remote hookshot. So I figured might as well just grab the boss key and we'll just go through normally. This part's pretty cool. We're gonna hop onto the torch. Light that one, and hop back during the cutscene. And then we're just gonna make our way over to the boss. Liquify, how are your Arrow 2 attempts coming? This part was a little tricky, trying to do this without getting caught by the dragonfly, but eventually I was able to just maneuver a little bit and no problem. Now we fight Odalwa. Feely, do you mean the torch thing? Just jumping onto it? Yeah. Don't blink or you'll miss this fight. Razor sword. Makes it a little bit faster. Oh, Liquify, you're very close to the end now. That's good. So we make him fall on us, get really close to the heart container. And now, if you need a lunch break, it's going to be about 3.5 minutes before I get control again. So this is your chance for that. If you can take lunch in 3.5 minutes. You're just going to learn the oath to order. Talk to this giant. Talk to Tattle for a bit. And then we'll continue on from there. one of the things I did in preparation for this run, or this premiere, I guess, is to go back through the video and find all the really long cutscenes and just check how much time they take, so that I can inform you when they start how much time you have if you don't want to miss anything. So that heart container boosted our average a bit. It's getting better. We're about to get our 8th heart piece. And we're about a quarter of the way through the second day. Still not great, but it is getting better. So since we're here and we don't want to come back to Woodfall after this, we're just going to go ahead and grab this heart piece. By the way, I didn't learn this until I edited the video later, but while you're being hookshotted to something, like while you're moving in the air with it, the clock actually stops for that. So we finished one temple. Why not go straight to the next? I'll tell you why not, because while we're here, we just want to go ahead and grab this heart piece, which I learned thanks to the other LOTAD. You can just hest to over on the side. This slope is just enough for you to go through it without having to Goron roll over it. So we'll make our way on these invisible platforms, and now you'll... Oh, and then we go down and come up again because that ice keys is really annoying. We wait to stop our time stop to the point where the ice keys will hit us, but we'll still have invincibility frames. And then we make our way here. And now you see why we got the Scarecrow song earlier. Hey, Dope Zera. Dope Ezra. And now we'll go to the second temple. We waited a long time to get to the first one, I know, but now we can just go straight to the second one. And again, you'll see an instance... well, first we have to clear this text box over here. We'll get a bomb in the meantime. Now you'll see another instance of the sword going through the owl on its way over, but passing all the way through, not ending up on the owl so it doesn't activate. And now we get to do this lullaby skip, but in time stop. So you get to see a new perspective. You don't have to see it with the camera behind Link. You can actually see what he's feeling. You can see his expression. You can see his face for a large part of it, because we're in time stop. Now as he curves around the path that's going up, you'll see different parts, different sides of Link. But the nice thing is you don't have to be looking at his back all the time. The nicer thing is that the clock's not running. That's really all that matters. And do a little bit of swag here. Enter the temple and then fall off the ramp. And again, no time stop in temples. And this is why we got that stick earlier. So we could do that action swap. But we don't need the stick anymore in here, and we do want to do a remote hookshot again, so yeah, we just use the stick and then break it. What's going on here? Song of Soaring storage. What's that about? We don't have Song of Time. Why would we store Song of Soaring? That doesn't make sense. It will in just a moment. Like I said, we're not doing time stop, but this guy just takes way too long. So we don't have time to just let him run my clock out. So what we can do is use title text to bring up Song of Soaring text, which we can only do inside of temples, because if we do it anywhere outside, you don't get this text box. You get a weird, you get like that thing with all the owl statues that you've gotten, that image. So we can keep the clock from running without time stop here. Now, you might think, why not just do that more often? And the reason is you can't enable that text the same way you do, like it doesn't work the same way as the Song of Time text for some reason. Song of Time, you can pause the game and like press A on an item, and that text box will bring up the Song of Time text, and then you can push start again. But for some reason with the Song of Soaring text, you can't press start, you can't unpause the game. So you actually can't enable that from the pause menu. You have to do it with the title text. So you can't just do it everywhere in the dungeon. I save it just for a few spots. I don't even do it on Goat for that reason. And so we just got our new empty bottle there. We duplicated over the stick. And yeah, we can now use this torch to just head on up there. And then we do a new boss key skip that I learned from the last LOTAD. You can just back walk in using that icicle. So you never really think about whether the... he can fly now, he can use a remote hookshot. You never really think about whether the Song of Soaring text works the same way, because the only thing it's useful for is stopping the clock, which you generally don't have to do in a speed run. We don't need maps and compasses for this run. I'm just trying to get the hearts, and I added the idea of getting a max equipment upgrade too. So that's why we skipped them. There's not enough time to get them. And there goes Goat. Heart meter is starting to look kind of wide, yeah? This cutscene's a lot shorter than the last one because we were learning a song and then talking the title. This one's about 1:45, so don't have to do much. Or you don't have much time to do it, I guess. If there's something you want to do now. The weird shot strat for Goat? I'm not familiar with that. Does it save time, or does it just look cool? Well, anyway, storing, like taking the time to store Song of Soaring again, and then get close enough to Goat to activate Navitex, it just wasn't worth the time it would take to do that when the fight was pretty short anyway. Oh, interesting. I should look that up. I didn't know there was a weird shot strat for that. But I will look into that for sure. Okay, so two of our temples are done. Can't go to the third one just yet. We've got a lot to do before then. Because we got a lot to do before the end of this day. And we need to be somewhere. Not here. We need to be somewhere by 4 p.m. So if we're going to do the max equipment upgrade, this is our last chance. We've got to be done with it before 4. So we got to take care of that here. But even before we do that, there's one other heart piece to take care of along the way. And that's why I'm a Zora right now. And remember when I told you that in that Deku Palace, I used to get the 15 rupees there? Turns out the next best place to get them is right here. So instead of going straight to this chest, we're going to go get a couple of rupees and then come back. That's 5. Kill this Desbreco. Another 5, and then this one for the last 5. So a slight detour, but we're going to need those rupees later. Now, we don't have much time. How are we going to get to the Goron race? Well, first, we're going to get up to where the Goron race is. And we don't want the clock running while that's happening. And then we're going to use what's called an analog slide to get past this boulder. And we're in. This part has absolutely... Yeah, I was surprised too. I just kept going until the earliest frame where the bomb was considered to be above the water, and that was the one, even though it looked like it was too deep. So this race has no bearing on collecting hearts. This is probably the longest piece of the run that isn't related to the main goal. It was just it's literally the only thing I had to add to finish the equipment upgrade challenge. So that's why I added it, because it was so close. But yeah, why not? And it turns out we had just enough time to do it. Got a little bit of bumps from those, a few bumps from those Gorons earlier. That helped. Also, it is going to be nice to have another real empty bottle. And we'll see why later on. Not that we couldn't have done it without it, but it would have been faster without it, but you know, just to complete that challenge, we added this. And we'll see how it comes in handy later. So, we were able to finish that. We've still got an hour and 8 minutes before 4, so we'll go ahead and take this over there in preparation. Remember, if you thought that first night was crazy, just wait till we get to the second night. So we're going to drop off the sword with the gold dust. And we're not going to get it back until the third day. So that should be a fun second night. Swordless, huh? We're making our way to Clocktown, and the place we need to be in by 4 is here in Clocktown. But we've still got some other stuff to take care of before we go there. It is the second day after all. First, we are going to need a red potion. I know that sounds weird. You might be wondering, why do we need a red potion? What possible heart piece could we be going for with a red potion? Just think on it for a while. I'm sure it'll come to you. It's along the same lines as the reason we got the Bremen mask. Because so far, of the 4 masks that we've gotten, the 4 regular masks, Cafe helped us get the paper, the disposable paper, to get that heart piece. Camaro got a heart piece. Don Gero's going to get a heart piece. The Bremen mask is the only one that doesn't get us a particular heart piece. So that was weird. And now we've got this red potion, which doesn't help us get any particular heart piece either. So it's day 2. We've got to take care of some day 2 things. This is not a day 2 thing, but it's right next to the day 2 thing, so we're gonna get it now. What's this about? You're gonna get the Great Fairy's mask? Why are you getting the Great Fairy's mask? You don't need that for any particular heart piece either. But we're gonna get it anyway. Oh, also one thing to note. I made a little joke about the file name earlier. It actually is important that there's a capital P, a dash, and a lowercase q in the file name. So that's why I went with HP Quest the way I did. The dash is what allowed us to get the fake couples mask. There's only one character after the dash in the file name, and that's the period. And the period would have gotten us the Great Fairy's mask, or a fake version of it. After that, the rest of the masks, there's no character that would have allowed us to get it. So if the couple's mask had been 2 slots later, then we couldn't have done this, because there wouldn't be any letter or character on the file name that lets us get it. So we couldn't have gotten a fake couple's mask, which means the run would be impossible. So that was fortuitous. Now, like I said, day 2 things. We did this on day 1 with only Deku. Now that we have a transformation mask, we can do this. I don't know why it took me so long to figure out which form I was going to take. That was weird. Alright, so clearly I'm just stopping time to go until I get to the Deku. What? The rupees are all on the floor? So because these platforms are all moving around laterally, if you use your transformation masks, the platforms move a little bit during that transformation cutscene. Even if you skip it, they move a little bit, and the rupees don't. So they end up falling down to the floor if they get close enough to the edge of the platform. And so I put the mask on and off just enough times to drop them. Go and collect all the rupees during time stop, and then go through the flower, come straight back up, and the clock says 2 minutes instead of 0, which is a new record. And now we can make our way to the other part of town where the place I need to be by 4 o'clock is. Still got something to take care of, though. And we're cutting it kind of close. Another day 2 thing. We gotta do the second day of Honey and Darling. We gotta be, yeah, nice boxes on those bombs too. They land at the bottom edge of some of these boxes and still go inside. It's pretty cool. Oh man, you gotta be somewhere by 4. This is gonna be close. But hey, we got a little time, right? Let's go ahead and grab another heart piece while we wait for 4 o'clock. And if you've never seen this strategy for the treasure chest game, it's pretty fun. Don't blink. Well, that was fast. If you roll and unroll and then roll again from certain spots and then unroll at another certain spot on a certain frame, you can clip through those boxes. And actually, it's possible to do RTA. Now, if that looked weird, that was mask storage. We've got the Deku mask, or the Great Fairy mask stored over the Deku mask slot. Alright, who's ready for day 2? Who's excited? Sorry, night 2. Who's excited for the second night? Because we're getting close. We're just in time here. We made it by 4. So that's good. And now we can finally use our final fake item. Okay, are you ready for the second night? There is no second night. We are now at 8 a.m. on the 3rd day. And we're still at 10.25 heart pieces. So when I said earlier, like, for the Camaro heart piece, I said this is our only chance. It really was our only chance. We had to do it on the first night because there was no second night to get the Rosa sister. And when I said that P hat, we had to do it now because we won't. Oh, I mean, we could have done it the 3rd day, but there's a lot of stuff we have to do on the 3rd day. But yeah, all those times I was saying this is our only chance, and you might have been wondering, why is that our only chance? Can't we do it the second night? Well, we don't have a second night to work with. Now we'll see the point of the mask storage. It's a good thing I don't have my sword, because now I can get Zora Link's transformation here. It had to be on the 3rd one, by the way. We couldn't have done this on the 2nd one with the bomb baskets, because then we wouldn't get the heart piece day 3. It's a weird thing with how they keep track of which days you finished. You have to do it on the same form. But anyway, yeah. So there's no second night. That's one of the biggest reasons we have to do time stops so much. It's because we lose 14 hours for that one heart piece. And this doesn't help either, because there's no way. I mean, I tried everything I could think of. There's no way to stop the clock for this. So the best we can do is hit some of these blue Octoroks the first time around to get to 40 points and then stop the clock as quickly as possible. But then the second time around, we can only hit one because we have to get a perfect 50 for the heart piece. So yeah, the good news is now we have all 3 equips, so that'll probably take a few starts out of it'll probably make us use less start pauses, I guess. Now that we have a 3rd equip option. But yeah, we were holding on to that fake all-night mask this whole time in preparation for that. And all it does is get us a lousy 2 heart pieces in 16 hours. And so now I can clarify what I said way back at the beginning, that there were 2 items that are required to get heart pieces, but you can't get them until a certain point in the cycle, but you can't get the heart pieces until before that point. The couple's mask and the all-night mask can't be acquired until the 3rd night, but the thing that you need to use them for to get the heart piece can't be done on the 3rd night. You can't go to the mayor after you get the couple's mask, and you can't talk to Andrew's grandma after you get the all-night mask. So that is the reason those were the 2 fake items chosen, because those are the only 2 items for which that is the case. And when I said that if you know what I'm talking about, you're probably wondering, whoa, you're getting that heart piece? Yeah, that was that heart piece. But we're really going to have to boost our average here, because we are now halfway through the day 3, so like a quarter of the way through the whole day 3. And we still need a whole bunch of heart pieces. So, what should we do next? How about some day 3 things? We did the Honey and Darling day 3 thing. We got one more day 3 thing to take care of here in Clocktown. So let's go do that now. And this time we will actually be getting heart pieces because it's the final day. Now, unfortunately, not all of these platforms on the 3rd day move laterally. There are 2 that only move up and down. And if they move up and down, you can't drop the rupee through it because the platform's not moving away from underneath it. So what we're going to do instead this time, it's going to be similar. We're going to go and get the rupees that are on the floor without time running, but then we're going to have to let it run as we get the final 2 up top. You can see them up there. The ones that are moving vertically are the ones that still have their rupees. So, grab this one real quick. And then we're only going to burrow one more time. Because from this platform, we can actually just hop onto this lower one. So the drawback of moving up and down is that we can't let it drop the rupee by changing forms. But the benefit is that when it goes down, we can just hop to it. So we've done all the 3-day things, or the things that had to be done once every day for all 3 days. What's left to do around here? Here's what's left. There's a frog in this area. And then there's also another mask that we're going to need for a heart piece. Now, I pull a bomb here on almost the earliest possible frame. I wish I could do it on the earliest, but I had to wait just a little bit. Talk to this guy, and have just enough time to position myself for that clip. So, we'll get that mask, but we'll also get another item that's going to make it, it's going to help get some of the, it's not necessary, this priority mail, but it is going to help us all. Oh, actually, sorry, I take that back. It is necessary. It's necessary and it's going to help us. It's necessary for one heart piece and it's going to help us with another. So, it's doubly efficient. We can't use it yet, so we'll leave that in our inventory, and we'll use that mask we just got first. Fortunately, we don't have to actually slice these, we can just roll into them. That way we don't have to let the clock run. We could have done this in Clocktown, but this guy was on the way, so just figured might as well do it now. On the way to what, you might ask? Well, on the way to another heart piece over here. In the dog track. And I learned something new about this dog track when I was doing this LOTAD that I didn't know when I started, and I actually had a completely different method for getting the dog I wanted the first time. But I learned that if you talk to the lady, I forgot her name, Mama Yato, something like that. If you talk to her as any one of these forms, she'll explain to you how the dogs will react to your form. And so if you approach any of the dogs, they'll react that way. If you're a Deku, they'll actually attack you. If you're a Goron, they'll growl at you, but then they'll run away if you get closer because they're scared. And if you're a Zora, they like you, so they come to you. And I didn't know that, but once I found that out, I changed to Zora form here so that I wouldn't even have to go into the kennel to pick up the dog, which I was doing earlier as human. Now I can just approach the kennel and the dog comes to me. And I have 50 rupees now, so those 2 rupees from the bushes got me to 50. Which is just enough. And they're off. Blue Blazes takes an early lead, with Ox's Boy bringing up the rear. Here to come around the first turn, Ox's Boy leaps to the middle of the pack. Blue Blazes is slipping. Oh, and Silver Fang makes a move inside. Greybeard right behind him. Ox's Boy moves up with the leaders. It's neck and neck heading into the final turn. Goldenrod catches up to them. It's Ox's Boy. It's Silver Fang. It's Greybeard. It's Goldenrod. Nobody else is even close. What a finish this will be. Here they come now, and Ox's Boy wins by a nose. which gets us exactly 150 rupees. And that is what we need. Oh, by the way, look at the clock. Look at the clock right now. This still baffles me. Look at the clock at the bottom. It starts running. That doesn't happen with any other Song of Soaring, and I don't know why. I don't understand why only in that area, while I'm soaring away, the clock actually runs. But anyway, so 150 rupees is what you have to win to get the heart piece, so that's why I needed a couple of rupees to get me to 50, because if your dog wins, you get triple your bet. So that's what got me to 150. And now we can get the sword. So that was actually another benefit of upgrading the sword. The fact that I didn't have one for the Honey and Darling Day 3 game. So right now my Zora is still on Weird B, because I ended that game as Zora. That's going to be very, very useful coming up. But for now, we're going to go... This is that graveyard section I was saying earlier. And I put it here because... Well, I guess it... Well, anyway. Sorry. But it is good that I'm doing this because from this point forward, once I get to the graveyard, I will be able to soar to the Southern Swamp, which I'm going to need to do later on. First, let's go in here. Let's see now. Why are you getting the Gibdo mask? You don't need the Gibdo mask for any particular heart piece. What's going on? Oh, also, now that I've entered Ikana Canyon, I can actually soar to Ikana Canyon from now on. Otherwise, if it weren't for that Stone Tower owl and the fact that its index lines up with the Goron village one, it would have been really annoying to get here. But thankfully there's one owl in this region that you don't have to get to beforehand to be able to soar to it. And it's pretty close to the other owl. Ah, you're starting to think you have an idea. That's good. You're probably right, because there aren't many possible ideas I can think of where you might say, oh, I know why you need that, and still be wrong. So I think you're probably right about it, whatever it is you're thinking. So now that we're here, since we're going to the graveyard later, let's just stop here real quick and grab this heart. I was really happy with the way the second fight of this group turned out. This one right here. Yeah, I had to take damage there in order to keep them both tangible for that one strike. This one was kind of annoying that it took this long, but thankfully the clock isn't running for any of this. And like I said, it's hard to figure out a pattern. I'm not sure why for this minigame it just doesn't run for all the other minigames, including the dog race, by the way. While the dogs were racing, I don't know if you noticed this, while the dogs were running, the clock was running. It was basically a cutscene, and the clock was still running. And you can get different lengths of races too. Like it waits until all the dogs finish. So I had to try and get a good one in order to have enough time. Now we can finally make our way over to the graveyard. I didn't Hess here just because the Hess would have to end at this cliff. But thankfully there's a gossip stone right here. So actually I didn't Hess here either just because there's not much left. But keep that gossip stone in mind for later. It's going to be useful. So we're just gonna go straight to the graveyard, right? There's nothing else to do along the way. Or is there? Remember that red potion we got? What? Why are we getting the stone mask? What particular heart piece do we need the stone mask for? That's weird. But that was also the benefit of having a second empty bottle. So the Goron race did more than just upgrade the sword. So really everything related to the equipment upgrades has had an additional benefit. Or at least it was really close to a heart piece that it didn't take too long to get. So even the Goron race, even upgrading the sword itself, like not having the sword for a time, specifically during the Honey and Darling 3, and just getting this other empty bottle that we can buy the red potion and put it in. It's all useful. Oh yeah, this pretty cool way up. That sign extends just enough for the Goron Link to land on it. And if you press A on the right frame, well, you've still got some iframes from getting hit the first time, you can get in and get the captain's hat. Why are we getting the captain's hat? We can't even open the grave on day 2 to get that heart piece, so it can't be for that. What particular heart piece do you need the captain's hat for? So weird. Will we ever find out? Anyway, we can just clip through the grave. But unfortunately, this is the first night area, not the second night area, and the second night area has the heart piece, so we drop that bomb because it's going to help us get across this gap. We picked up some rupees there, which are the last rupees that we're going to... Well, no, I take that back. The last rupees we're going to have to pick up for a while. And now we can use this bat to recoil, and this bat... No, sorry, we didn't recoil that. We recoiled the first one, but the second gap was close enough that we could backflip. The first one was too wide, so we used the bat to recoil. You may have noticed a little bit of a delay between my first and second jump slash. That was because of the way he swung. I had to get my iframes at just the right time. And that's why it looked like the axe went through me. Actually, I don't know if it was iframes or... It might not have been iframes. It might have been Just the fact that the axe had already passed through, even though it didn't look like it. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Anyway, like I said, I put the graveyard route there because I wanted to soar to the swamp next. And I had to go to the graveyard before I soar to the swamp. So now we come here. We get that stick again. Because... Wait. Did I just get a stick there? Yes. We got that stick again because we're going to need the stick before we do another remote hookshot. And it doesn't matter anymore because now we have another empty real bottle, so we won't have to dupe over the stick to do that. You know what, actually, I don't think I even need the stick anymore. I just wanted to end with real inventory for some reason. Now, watch this. This is pretty cool. Like, I do this really fast. And you can tell me what you think of it once it's over. Also, enjoy the fact that the clock is running through all of this as well. And we started this game at around, like, 2:30. So, yeah, the clock is running. We're doing all of this for one heart piece, right? And the clock's just gonna run. That's what clocks do, they just run. But that's not the worst part. Great, I got perfect. The clock's still running. Now they're gonna count down from the minigame clock. They're gonna add to my score. And guess what? The clock is still running. When I first realized this, it was really annoying. Because at first I thought, okay, so I gotta do this as fast as I can. And then when I'm done, it'll stop the clock. That's good news. And then it started doing this. It's still good to do it as fast as I can, though, because these are faster than actual seconds. So it is running down faster than it would be if I stayed in the minigame. But, man, that is a lot of time just wasted. What did you think? Was that great or what? I thought it was awesome, so I did it again. What is funny though is that this one actually ends on a different time. I think the last one ended like the hundredth digit was, I think it was 27. It was like 57, 27, and this one for some reason looks like it went faster. It's like 57, 28 instead of 27. So I did the exact same things, but I guess for some reason on that frame it ends like that. So now we can watch the clock run some more, and like there's one consolation. This nighttime transition stops the clock for a few seconds. That's nice. But other than that, we just spent, what was it, like 4+ hours of in-game time for this one heart. And now we're on into the night of the final day with 12 1/4 heart pieces. Not great. We still got 2 temples, and let's see, 2 temples, that takes us to 14. The ones on the moon take us to 15. So we still got 23 heart containers left. Sorry, heart pieces. 23 heart pieces left. Nope, I counted wrong. 19. We got 19 heart pieces left. And we still have to do 2 temples. And we've got to do all of that in the night of the final day. I gotta say, it's looking pretty bleak. Remember that pictograph we got on the first day and have been saving all this time? Well, it's finally coming in handy. Oh yeah, this is absolutely the busiest night. Way busier than the second night, right? Now, if you were looking at my equips, you may have been a little confused right there. Because I just dropped a fish, a bottled fish, and did I have a bottled fish equipped? No, that's weird. Well, what I actually did at that owl statue was I put on the Bremen mask, took out the stick, which I know I told you I didn't need, and then I remembered, wait a second, I actually do need it. That's why I needed it. Because pulling out that stick and putting on the Bremen mask, and then switching to Zora Link with weird B active, and then pressing B on the first frame, changes the contents of my weird B. And in this case, because of the fact that I had the Bremen mask and pulled out the Deku stick, it changes it to a bottle. Which had a fish in it. And so now, I can, while in Zora Link, I can do the bottle time stop with the fish using B instead of the C buttons. Now, why would I need to do that? We'll find out. And the great thing about this area is that you can actually do the whole thing in time stop. Not the whole thing, but you can kill all the eels at least in time stop. Each one normally has a cutscene associated with it after you kill the eel. So we're kind of storing all of those because cutscenes don't play in time stop. So for now, we're just going to go through, kill all the eels with the clock stopped. And then we'll make up for it a little bit later. Okay. Wanted to make sure... well, no, never mind. When I first did this, I wanted to make sure the last one was one with an egg in it, but then I found out it doesn't really matter. The seahorse always ends up at this one, so I had to come over here after. Now we're seeing all the cutscenes. And for some reason, you can't go in until the eel comes all the way back from wherever it went to during those cutscenes. So I just had to wait there for a bit until the eel came back. So we can pick up this egg and we don't have to change our equips because we've still got the fish on B. Oh, also, this is something I forgot to mention. You saw it earlier when I first got to Pinnacle Rock, and you see it again here. The only way to catch the fish again underwater is to go up to a higher ground level. Well, before I explain that, there's a way to clip through the wall here, and I tried it for a while and couldn't figure it out, so that's why I'm swimming up above and around, trying to get back. But there is a way to clip through, I think, and I couldn't make it happen. But if you want to do time stop underwater with the fish, it swims away, and when you release the fish, Zora Link releases it at his chest level, so it swims there. But then if you're standing on the ocean floor and you try to swing the bottle, he crouches down, and you can't get the fish that way. So those two instances, one coming into Pinnacle Rock and one near the end, you have to release the fish, and then go to higher ground to catch it. So thankfully, at the beginning of Pinnacle Rock, there is a slope on the rock, and then inside of those eel caves, the edges are a little bit sloped. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do time stop there. Now we're going to use some fish duping. It took me a while to get this. It took me a while to figure out how to make this happen with just 4 fish. But it turns out it ends up being not too difficult once you know what you're doing to manipulate this. You'll see me move around a little bit in between each of the cutscenes, and that's specifically to manipulate which fish gets it. Like right there, for example. If I moved in a different way, the other fish might have gotten the fish. It's also possible for this fish to spit out the heart piece on the floor, which takes longer to get. So you kind of also had to manipulate it to spit it out here. And now we do some more duping. To get all 7 eggs in here. And you're not going to see me actually get or learn the New Wave Bossa Nova. But, so I kind of had to guess on the tracker about when it happens. So just pay attention to that if you want to see around when you actually learn the song. Because you don't have to play it to learn it. Once you take out your instrument, it adds it to your inventory. And it is possible to escape without having to watch the whole cutscene. You do have to watch this cutscene, though. And there it is. So now we can get out of here. Like I said, we're not going straight to the temple yet. There's a lot that we had to do to take care of before, and I kind of piled all the stuff that would run the clock a lot into the early part of the night, so that way we can get to the nighttime quicker, and we can do this part, for example, that has to be done at night. So we're gonna do this now, give the postman the special delivery. And then we'll come back here later, like long after we, well, not long after, but after we finish the temple, and he'll be ready and waiting outside. So that's why we want to do this now before we go to the temple. And we also duped the special delivery. If you didn't know you could do that, it's a great way to do this portion so you don't have to do it twice. You can get Madame Aroma's bottle, and you can give this to the postman to get the postman's hat in the same cycle, just by doing that duplication. So that's what we're going to do. We gave it to the postman. We're not going to wait for him. We're far too busy for that. But we are going to go to Madame Aroma, get our 3rd real bottle, but more importantly, get what's inside of it, which is the Chateau Romani. And that Chateau Romani has several purposes also. Our magic's pretty low now because we used up almost all of it to kill those eels. But after this, magic will never be a problem again. Because we're going to get the Chateau Romani in a real bottle. Then we're going to duplicate it over our fake bottle. And we can drink this one without consuming the contents of our other bottle, which we're going to need later. Now our magic is infinite for the rest of the cycle. Not that we were really worried about magic for most of the way, but you did kind of have to keep it in mind for certain parts. Now we don't have to think about it. So, because we haven't been to Zora Cape yet, we can't just soar to Zora Cape. And since we're going to travel to Zora Cape from here, we might as well pick up a few things along the way. Probably know what I'm talking about. Although you're probably not looking forward to it. For this next part, getting up to the waterfall, I tried to use combinations of remote hook shots and bomb chews in the air and recoils, and honestly, I just couldn't figure out any faster way than just doing this. So that's why I'm just doing this. Best part of the run coming up. The dinner break, right? I think when I gave you the lunch break, it was a 3.5 minute cutscene after Odawa's thing. Yeah, for this heart piece, if you've already seen the Beaver race, I mean, if you want to stay and see it from a new perspective, then that'd be great, because it's going to be during time stop. And if you were wondering why we did the whole weird B and got the bottle on B in the first place, this is why. This heart piece specifically, and also later on we'll see another one, but this is the reason we got bottle on B. It's because once I'm in this cutscene, I can't... Oh, sorry, not this cutscene. Feels like a cutscene though, right? Once I'm in this minigame, I can't use my C buttons. So I can't use my C bottles, but with bottle on B, I can still do time stop with this bottle. So if you would like a dinner break, I'll have, like, this will be over in about 8 minutes. I know it's very long, I'm sorry. But that's how they made the game. Because we're going to have to do we're going to have to do this course 4 times. But yeah, if you do want to see this from this new perspective, then at least stay for the first 2. And then you'll have about 4 minutes to get your dinner. I will say that because I don't have fins, and also because I'm in time stop, so I couldn't use fins even if I had them. I couldn't like do a recoil off the wall and try to do a super swim. I'm not sure if there's any other way to do a super swim here. So, I mean, I just had to swim normally through it, so I couldn't even speed it up that way. We can just chat for a bit, I guess. Anybody have any interesting Resurrection Weekend tales to tell? Or just anything else that happened. It doesn't have to be related. One down, 3 to go. And each run is going to start the same way with bottle on B, time stop. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You know what? Because you said that, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Because you're enjoying it so much, I'm going to do both of those races again. Just for you. Because I want you to enjoy it even more. If something is that enjoyable the first time, it's got to be even more so the second time, right? On to number 3. When I first routed this was the heart piece that made me think this is just not possible. There's no way to do this. Because I put it like an Excel sheet where I was kind of mapping out how long each heart piece takes. And obviously that, sorry about that. Obviously that second night heart piece, the second all night mask one, took the biggest section. But I was trying to figure out how to fit in the rest, and this one just took so much time off the clock that I couldn't fit it. It just would not fit. It would not get through. There was no way to do it. And it wasn't until I realized, hey, I've got my B button. Maybe I can do bottle on B, which was almost not possible itself, right? Because I'm not closing the file. I'm not using owl saves. I'm not getting the Song of Time. I'm not doing 0th Day or any of that. So it still seemed like there wasn't much hope for a while until I discovered had to do some research, but found out that you can use the Honey and Darling game if you don't have a sword, or if your B button's grayed out. There are other ways to do it, but the easiest way is to not have a sword, especially for Zora Link, because the other way is to do it while grabbing, to end it while grabbing a ledge, which is sort of easy with Deku Link, but not as easy with Zora Link because he's so tall. But once I was able to put that together with the fact that, hey, I'm doing an all equipment, like a max equipment upgrades, might as well do it while I don't have the sword, right? So it worked out that way, that you could get Weird B, and since we're getting the Bremen Mask anyway, we could still use that to get the bottled fish on it. So because of that, this run became possible. If it weren't for that, this would just take way too much time off the clock to even think about making it feasible. Thankfully, we're into the home stretch now for this heart piece. Oh, thank you. So, this is how it all worked out. This is also why I kind of had to save all of this for the third day, because I had to get Bottle on B, which I couldn't do until the third Honey and Darling game. I sort of mentioned how that doesn't work if you do a different form on a different day. It's weird. So that's why this shaped up the way it did. And now, since we're here, let's go ahead and grab another heart piece. Oh, that pause in which it looked like I didn't do anything. You're right, I didn't do anything. But did you see that Great Bay Coast sign up at the top? For some reason, certain areas, when they load and they have that sign up, you can't do things. Like, you can't use your C buttons or your B button or anything. Like, you can only walk around. So while that sign was up, I couldn't take my bottle out to start the time stop. So I had to pause it there until the sign went away, and then I could unpause and use my bottle. So yeah, I found that kind of weird, and it's not consistent. It's obviously not everywhere. But East Clocktown is actually another place that it happens. You just didn't notice it because when I paused there, out of the treasure chest shop, when I paused there, I had enough to do in the pause menu, setting up the mask storage, that by the time I unpaused, the sign was gone. So that's why it didn't look like it over there. But here you can tell because I don't have anything to do in the pause menu. But I still had to pause it just to wait for that sign to go away. Because the clock is running still while it's up. So now, let's use that song we learned. And then we'll skip the cutscene by going into Zora Hall. But we won't just come straight back out of Zora Hall. There's a couple of heart pieces in here that we can get. So we'll do that first. Then we'll go ahead and come back here to start the temple. So 2 rooms we need to get to. We'll start with Evan's. Oh, and pay attention to when I play the Ocarina for Evan. You'll hear that the notes actually go a lot slower than they've been going for all the other songs that I've played in the game. I don't know why it's necessary, but for all the other songs I can play a note every other frame. For this one you have to play it every 4th frame or it doesn't register, and I don't know why. But I'll let you hear it right here. Yeah, so I don't know why it is, but every other song that brings up, maybe this is related actually, every other song that brings up the melody bar, the music bars at the bottom after you play it, even the Scarecrow song, you can play all the notes in that every other frame of the game, but for some reason this one, it doesn't accept it if you play the notes every other frame. It doesn't even accept it if you play it every 3rd frame. You have to play it every 4th frame at least. So, yeah, I don't know why, but that's what I discovered, and that's why it sounded slow. It's it's the only song I played that doesn't bring up the music bar at the bottom after, so that's why I suspect it might be related, but I'm not sure. Like, I wonder if I actually tried to play those notes on the side of the wall in North Clocktown, the one that spawned the rupees, I wonder if that would do the same thing. We don't have the title deeds anymore, but that's okay. I remember telling you that we don't need the title deeds for any of these, and this one just so happens that we can get it without even using our C buttons at all. We can just do the whole thing in time stop by acrobatics. And now that that's done, we can head over to the temple. And we'll get a break from all our time stopping again. And here we go. We're not using time stop, but we are going to set up another Song of Soaring storage. It sounds like it's game over for Link. Or Mario. Oh, this room has a text box, so it starts this. There's a reason that I did that song storage, is because you have to wait so long in this room and it takes so long to get through it that I wanted this up. I'll explain this in a bit. Yep. Unfortunately, highly unfortunately, there's another text box here, and it's not worth going back to do the storage again, so until we get to the next door, the clock is gonna run. And that text box goes away when you press A, so it would only ever be useful up to the time we have to open a door anyway, because we have to press A for that. So in that first room, because that message was up and I couldn't use A to roll, I had to do that back walk, similar to how we did the Deku jump way back in North Clocktown. Here's the Gim. We're gonna use that remote hookshot Gim to get item manipulation, to get the light arrows in here, just like last time. So there they are. We'll use those later. So yeah, I had to backwalk to build up enough momentum to hop off the platform and be able to sword jump onto the water wheel, just because I couldn't roll because that text box was up. And then after that, it's just some clever sword jumping in the air. Have the sliding roll, or like spin me around, change my angle a bit until I could get across on the water wheel. And if I didn't have that text box, I could have switched to Goron, because he can roll across the shaft much more quickly than Link jumping. But again, because I don't have access to A, while the text box is up, I couldn't roll anyway, so I had to do it that way. So I was gonna save time. Now how are we gonna deal with this guy? Why are we even dealing with this guy? This is weird. This just gives us the ice arrows, right? A little clever manipulation, you can get him to come at you with his eyes open right away, and a well-placed bomb gets enough eyeballs out of the way of his open eye that you can do a jump slash. And a jump slash with a gilded sword stops each phase with just one jump slash. So the ice arrow, what heart do we need the ice arrows for? Well, there's only one. It's actually not even one, it's like a fifth of one. And it's the only reason we're going into this temple at all, is to get this 1/5 of one heart piece, which requires us to get that small key we got earlier, to get that ice arrow we got, and now to come over here and do this. All for 1/5 of one heart piece. We could have been at the boss by now if it weren't for that. A well-angled jump over there lets you climb up that. When we skipped the boss key because we're not going to go to the room with the boss door in it. We just had to come and kill this guy, and this guy just had to be a boss that we that we still haven't figured out how to kill without the ice arrows. So the only reason we got the ice arrow, the only reason we went to warp at all, the only reason we used up all that time waiting for it, was just to fire that one ice arrow shot to kill the gecko, to get 1/5 of one heart piece. But now that that's over, we can go back to the beginning and just make our way straight to Gyorg, like a sensible person would. But before that, we're going to do a little more storage. I think it's going to be a bad day. Hopefully not too bad, though. And now, I thought this was pretty cool, that there's enough time to use the same bomb that you laid on the first time to do a recoil flip, a curved recoil flip, into the loading zone. So I only have to use one bomb there instead of two. So this guy also would have killed quite a bit of time, and we couldn't have that. So that's why we did the storage. Oh, actually what's interesting is, like I said, you can't press A, right? You can't press A while the text box is up. So now, when I pushed A to clear that text box, I have not let go of A. And for the rest of this fight, I'm not going to let go of A, because if I did, I wouldn't be able to swim again. So I'm holding A this whole time, and thankfully, if you enter water as Zora and you're already holding A, you don't have to let go and press A again, you just start swimming. So I'm holding it through this cutscene, I'm holding it the whole time. If that weren't true, if they made you have to let go of A and press it again to start swimming, then this would be a lot harder. I'd have to like try and drift over to him. But because I could hold the A that cleared the text box throughout the rest of the fight, we could do it all with that message on the screen so the clock doesn't run. And this one is by far the shortest time between getting the remains and getting control again. For some reason, they don't care to show you the Great Bay clearing up. They just have the turtle tell you. I don't know why that is. I don't know if they ran out of time or ran out of space or what, but they show you Woodfall clearing up. They show you the mountain snow melting. They show you Ikana, whatever that weird miasma is dispelling, but for this they just have the turtle tell you, hey, everything's good now, which is fine with me. It saves us time, but yeah, I'm not sure why. Now we have just a couple of more things to take care of in Great Bay. And then we can move on and never have to come back here again. Just a couple more heart pieces. This first one that I'm gonna get is going to be reason number 2 for getting Bottle on B as Zora. Or maybe reason number 3 if you're counting the fact that I don't have to change my equips to do time stop. I mean, that's nice, but it's not necessary. Necessary reason number 2 for getting Bottle on B is for this heart piece. If number 1 is for the beavers, this one also eats up a lot of time on the clock. And I tried for a while to do some kind of Zora hover during time stop, which you can do. You can Zora hover during time stop. I tried to get high enough that I could just swim to the Fisherman's Island and like grab the ledge or something, but I just couldn't get high enough. No matter what I tried, I couldn't get the Zora hovering high enough to grab the ledge. So instead, I just had to wait on that boat for a bit. Mask storage, again, this one has 2 problems. So the issue with the beavers is we couldn't use C buttons. With this one, we can't use C buttons and we can't start the game as a Zora. So we have to deal with both of them. And the way to deal with both of them is the second one's the same way. You put the bottle on B. But the first one, you have to use mask storage, just like with Honey and Darling. And now we're just going to get to 20 and then just watch the time run out because you can't speed that up. Fortunately, the in-game time isn't running because of our bottle on B. And now we wait. Watch the water go by from west to east, slowly flowing. Let your troubles flow along with them. See the pinnacle rock in the background. A sturdy landmark you can rely on. It will not get washed away. See the boat that is still traveling along the current, or that was still traveling. The one that brought you here, and now it is docked again, waiting for its next passenger. A metaphor for life, somehow. Probably. I'm sure someone could come up with a way that works. See the like squirming around looking for its next victim. Not really going anywhere though. And we're done. That was all impromptu, by the way. I was just trying to fill the time. Nothing was really planned, so just went with whatever I saw. I hope it made it more enjoyable. Now, one last heart piece before we can get out of here. And I know we have the Scarecrow song, but we don't need it, because it's actually faster to not use it, at least in real time, so I figured I'd go with that. Do another curved recoil flip, and we out. Oh, you've already had your dinner break, so if you need a dessert break, that's going to be this part. Because we're going to make our way over to West Clocktown, and you can probably guess what we're going to do here. This is our last time stop for a while, because for the next 8 minutes or so, we're going to be covering very small distances. And we're just going to go through this cycle right here 10 times. So if you need a dessert break, or if you just want some more dinner, this is your chance. So we bought that big bomb bag though, remember that. I told you that would make this faster. It did. And so now we're going to use that Chateau Romani we got earlier, and that empty bottle. I guess I'll explain that. If you didn't know, when you sell this guy something in a bottle, you have... well, do you notice how Link, before he gets the rupee, he kind of starts to swing his bottle again? That's because between those two text boxes, between the first text box and the part where Link starts to get the big rupee, you have one frame, and if you're holding shield, you actually have 2 frames. So most people do that to press a C button. And if you've chosen one object to give him in the bottle, and then during that frame or frames you start swinging a different bottle, then you'll instead give that item, but you'll give that item for the price of the first item. So we're showing him the Chateau Romani every time, but then during that one frame we're swinging the empty bottle. So we're rewriting the contents of that empty bottle to be an empty bottle, but we're getting the price of the Chateau Romani, which is 200 rupees. So even RTA speedrunners do this all the time. This is how you get the bank heart piece, and it's the second highlight after the Beavers. It's the second highlight of the run. So you gotta do this 10 times. Our wallet holds 500. You need 5,000 rupees. So if I were to press C left instead of C right, then I'd lose my fish for 200 rupees. That's basically the idea. So you show him the Chateau Romani, it gives you a price, but then you start swinging the empty bottle, and it rewrites that bottle to empty instead of your Chateau Romani bottle. So we can keep that and keep doing this. It's the fastest way that's known, I think, to get the bank heart piece. This is actually where you would get the all-night mask if you save the old lady on the first night. So, the benefit of not doing that, or one of them, is that we can get the big bomb bag right here instead of having to... Sorry, instead of having to pay for it at the bomb shop, we get to pay extra here. Is it extra? Yeah, it is. I think it costs more here than it would in the bomb shop. I think. I'm Could be wrong. But yeah, like I said earlier, buying it here speeds up this process because you don't have to. He doesn't ask you to look at it every time, and that just leaves the biggest ball bag, and we'll see what we can do about that. So in terms of equipment upgrades, though, yeah, the biggest bomb bag and then the mirror shield is really the only thing left. We got the Giant's Wallet, we've got the Max Quiver, we've got the Gilded Sword. All that's left is the giant bomb bag and the mirror shield. And you probably already know the mirror shield is already next to a heart piece. It's really close to a heart piece. So yeah, what about the biggest bomb bag? If you've been keeping track, where is that now? Is that really close to a heart piece? We'll see. We're well on our way here. If you're still with us, thank you. I really appreciate it. I know some of these parts can get tedious, but they are necessary. So that is number 7. Oh, and that's number 8 actually. That's 4,000 rupees. So 2 left. Oh yeah. He probably marks it up when he sells it. But hey, as long as you're giving it, I'll take it. That's what the prompt says, right? Alright, one more. I hope you had enough time to make it back, to get your dessert and come on back. So for this one, the third time we do it, we're not going to switch to the empty bottle because we don't need the chateau anymore after this. So we'll switch it there, switch it there, and for this last one we won't. So now, I believe 3 of our bottles are empty and 1 still has the milk. And our fake bottle still has the fish. Okay, now it's time to move on. But before we leave Clocktown, one thing we got to take care of. I mentioned earlier, we wanted to give the postman the special delivery before we did the rest of the stuff in Great Bay, so that when we came back to do the bank heart piece, we would find the postman waiting outside the milk bar, having already talked to Madame Aroma. So before we continue here, we're just going to go ahead and grab that postman's hat. And, as you can see by the tracker, that is the last normal mask we're going to get. And this frame kind of looks funny, actually. When he's done. Pull out the Ocarina and he'll be stuck. Yay! He looks so happy. Up in the air. Now it's time to go into Stone Tower. Well, sort of. We're not going into regular Stone Tower. So that's a pretty cool method. If you start shooting the light arrow while you're on the edge of that switch, and you shoot it and roll immediately, the light arrow will start traveling, and the stone will leave, and it'll be the jewel behind it will be accessible, basically. And so after the cutscene plays, the light arrow will have hit the jewel, and it'll flip over like that. No need to wait. No need to cross all the way and then like use time stop to cross and then do the extended bow. You can just do it from this side. So start with some storage. And that's going to be useful because otherwise Twinmold will eat up a lot of the clock. So just going to save that for him. Well, for them, I guess. Both of them. But yeah, there's not much to do in here. There's no frogs to talk to. There are no arrows that we need to get. So we can just go straight to the boss. And we're going to use this other application of a remote hookshot to do that. And sorry for your ears. Just be warned. Oh, well, now you get to see it in action. And that's it. You may have noticed that I didn't actually duplicate that bottle because that was the last instance of remote hookshot in the run, so we don't need that milk anymore. And again, thankfully, thanks to song storage and the fact that we don't have to press A at any point in this fight, we can do this whole fight minus these first 3 frames here with the clock off. Oh, and also another interesting thing to learn. Did you see how when I hit that tail, there was a big particle effect, right? I had to do this a few times to manipulate where they came up because I needed their tails to be far away from me for the rest of it. I didn't need it because time's not running, but if you hit their tail far away, then as you just saw, there wasn't a huge particle effect that you could see. And so that way you can bring up the next light arrow really quickly. And that's kind of why I walked away here, to make it far enough for that to happen. Because if you hit them close, that particle effect, I mean, I can speculate on the reasoning for this. I think it's just hard for the game to handle having a big particle effect on the screen and then trying to generate another one around your arrowhead. So if you have that effect, you can't pull out another light arrow right away. It takes a while for you to be able to pull out a light arrow. So by walking away there and keeping them at bay, like keeping them far away, you can have the arrow hit his tail far away, no big particle effect in front of you, and you can pull out the next arrow very quickly. The first time I routed that boss fight, they were close, and so I was getting that particle effect, so I'm like, okay, I guess I have to wait. And then it just so happened at one point later on in a lot, like fixing some of the desyncs that came up, I shot one, and then I was able to pull out an arrow quickly, and I was confused about it, but I just kind of took a look at the 2 situations and realized, it's probably related to this particle effect. So then I made sure that they stayed far away, and from then on I was able to draw the arrows quickly. So that's my speculation. I'm not sure, but that's what worked for me. And now they show us Ikana being healed instead of just having the spirit guide tell us, hey, everything's good now. Now we've got a few more heart pieces to take care of here in Ikana before we're done with this area. First, since we're fairly close, we'll go into the castle. And this was actually really cool too, because this was another one that gave me trouble, where I couldn't figure out how am I going to get to the top of this castle without eating up too much of the clock. And then I was told about a seam walk that you can do. So enjoy. The great thing about seam walks is that you don't have to press any buttons to do them. You can just do them in time stop. Et voila. Actually, one of the times I did this, that Gwei started coming at me and gave me trouble right here for this part. But this time I was able to get around that. So we got to get up there. But once we've placed our bombs, we don't need our C buttons anymore, so the rest of the time traveling to the heart we can do in time stop. And, like I said earlier, the mirror shield is really close to a heart piece, so this is that heart piece. Let's go ahead and grab that mirror shield. This is not for any hearts, it's purely part of the equipment edition. For this, I used BizHawk 2.8. I had to run a couple of Lua scripts so that the game wouldn't crash during the initial SRM and during the get item manipulation for the light arrow. But neither of those things happen on a Wii Virtual Console version, so just pretend it's that. Alright, and that was the mirror shield. I'm not done with the canyon quite yet, though. Just a couple more. And it was important that we waited till we got at least 16 hearts before we cleaned up the canyon, because there's a room coming up that we need 16 hearts to get into. Do you remember that gossip stone here that I told you to keep track of, that we were going to use later? Well, here it is. Instead of just walking over to the other heart piece, we can drop a bomb and get a quick time stop off that gossip stone. And then we'll hover over to this heart piece, which is faster than hovering over to the one in the mountain, so that's why we didn't do that there. One bomb chew left. I wonder where we'll use it. Now we drop another bomb so we can recoil and super swim to the secret shrine. Good thing I just bought the big bomb bag, right? Now, what about the secret shrine? This is insane because we still haven't even done the Kume heart piece with the boat ride, and that takes over 2 hours by itself. That takes like 2 hours and 15 minutes if you include the ladder out in front. And we've got just over 3 hours left in the cycle. So how are we gonna do this? We've got 4 boss fights in here. And we've still got a bunch of other heart pieces to get. And we've got like less than an hour to do all of that in addition to the boat. Well, sorry, in order to have time to do the boat. How is this gonna work? Well, we're gonna stop time for all our traveling, that's for sure. But I can't use my sword in time stop. And none of the other forms has a weapon that I can use in time stop. Because Zora's magic shield doesn't even damage them, it just freezes them. So what are we going to do? We're going to get ISG off a bomb, put our sword away, then time stop. And now we can do this. Now remember, I didn't do this in any of the temples because I didn't want to use time stop in any of the temples, but all bets are off here in the secret shrine. Now we can get ISG, go into time stop, and then just touch the enemies. I can't use my B weapons, I can't swing my sword, but that doesn't mean I can't have my sword infinitely swinging in its sheath. And the great thing about some of these doors is that you get to keep your bottle in your hand in between, so you can cancel time stop with C up and then go inside, and if you don't do anything, like here we have to take out a bomb so it doesn't work, but in terms of coming back after this, if I go through the door and I don't have to use anything else, I still have the bottle in my hand, so I can just start time stop immediately without getting the fish out and again. But same thing here, we get ISG. And this is extremely fortunate. He appears up on that pedestal to the right. It is just barely low enough on this edge only, not around it, for Link to hop up there without going into a ledge grab. He just hops up. It's a little bit different from a higher ledge that you have to jump up and grab, because if you jump up and grab it, you can't get out of time stop anymore. You can't cancel it. So that ledge is just low enough to do that, and you can get there just quickly enough to hit the Wizrobe before you like lose its cutscene, basically, and which would make it unkillable. Like you would just be stuck there. So a lot of things had to work out correctly, work out properly for that to work, and they did. Now this guy, you saw how we did it the first time. That took way too long, so we're not doing that again. This is definitely the most interesting fight of the shrine. I mean, unless you know all that, like all that had to happen to make the Wizrobe fight possible. But now we're going to use our ISG, and we're going to hover off these eyeballs to get high enough to damage him. One jump slash would do it, but without the jump slash, you need 2 regular ISG hits. And then we have him get over here with his eye open again, backflip, come to this corner, backflip again with his eye open. There was some manipulation involved in making him open his eyes both times, but that's how you do it. Backflip ISG to do it with time stop. You may have noticed that I got the first 100 rupee chest. I didn't get the next 2. I will get this last one because I am going to need a whole bunch of rupees. for the last little portion of this. If you change direction as you're coming out of the invincibility, after hitting him, you can kind of... I mean, it's not really a super slide. It's just kind of a very short slide that gets you into him. And otherwise, if you just choose your angles right, you can roll into him so that his swords don't even hit you and you just damage him right away. So that's how we could do the secret shrine with not very much time coming off the clock, which is good. That's important because, like I said, the boat ride by itself, and I couldn't find any way to just stop time for the entirety of that boat ride, so we are going to have to spend the 2 hours and 15 minutes that it would take if we don't find some other way, to some other method to help us out there. So we've got to do this quick. Now, we're at 17 and a quarter heart pieces. The remaining heart pieces, we've got to use the postman's hat. We've got a bunch in Termina Field. And then there's the boat ride and the frogs. So we've got to get everything in Termina Field and the frogs and still have enough time to do the boat ride. Which takes how long? Around 2 hours and 15 minutes if you include climbing the ladder to get to the hut. So, on our way out to Termina Field, we can go ahead and pass by this mailbox and let's grab this. So you can see from the tracker, that line where that P hat is filled in, the other four are the other four Termina Field ones. That's what we're going for next. And we're basically just going to go through all the grottos here that are related to heart pieces and see if we can use up as little time as possible. I told you it would be close. And I did tell you that every little bit matters. Even just walking up to that, to those gossip stones, I don't have time to do that with the clock running. I just don't. So I have to do a time stop, even for such a short trip. There's no time to do it all with the clock running. So that's 1 out of 4 gossip stones. But the next closest grotto, or at least the next one on the circuit, is not another gossip stone. It's going to be the one in the north, which will use this Deku Baba to get us there faster. To get us to faster. Oh, sorry, I take it back. We're going west first. We're going west first, and then we're going north. Now, you might recall that I told you we would take advantage of the fact that if you pick something up in time stop, then getting a heart piece doesn't cancel it. And in fact, you can't cancel it without going to a loading zone. Here's where we take advantage of that. The heart piece is down there. I'm going to pick up this bush so that when I get this heart piece, time stop doesn't cancel. And I still get the heart piece. Like, I still get it from the source. It still counts. If you come back in here and try it again, the heart piece will be gone. So I still get the heart piece. I just don't leave time stop. And then I can just float up here and go to this loading zone. And now we make our way to the north. This is the home stretch. We're getting close to the end here. We'll use our friend Beaver to get another Hess. How are we going to kill these Dodongos without losing too much time on the clock? You probably guessed it. We're going to do the same thing. ISG, and then time stop. And just for some fun swag, we're going to use some Hessing to position these guys so that the last rupee is on my way out. So we push him, kill him like that. Get that rupee and then push him into the middle. So now it's on the route out of here. So I can be here as the chest spawns. And then still grab the other 50 on my way out. So 300 rupees. Why would I need 300 rupees for this just remaining portion of this game? Or this run? Well, you know I need one of the 100 for the Deku scrub. The other 200, I think you can guess. If you've been paying attention, you know what we're going to have to do on our way. Now for the next 3 minutes, if you need another snack break, we're just going to be getting the next 3 gossip stones. So if you're not interested in seeing that, this is your brief break time. But yeah, we had to break that rock with the Goron and then just hop on in. No time to walk to it with the clock running. It's that tight. We got 225 left at this point. Right? 224. And if we don't start the boat ride by 3:45 a.m., then we're not going to be able to make it through normally. Or if we don't start the boat ride by 3:52, which means we have to climb the ladder by 3:45, then we're just not going to be able to make it normally. So we're going to have to come up with something else. Let's see what we can do. Go to our 3rd gossip stone. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think I am going to make it. It's too close. And remember, time stop is not instant. Like every time I do it, I lose what, like a minute and a half or so? Total, like all the time that the clock is running and the time it takes to set up the time stop. So, like from entering this hole to now, we just lost another 2 minutes. And we've got to start that ladder outside the swamp hut by 3:45, or we're not going to make it. Unless we do something crazy. So we drop a bomb there, just to help us travel a little bit faster. Make our way to the final gossip stone. Which is over in the east. And for those first 3, I was able to immediately... no, not all hearts and masks. I only got 10 of the normal masks. Just all hearts. You can't get all the masks in a single cycle. So for those first 3 gossip stones, I was able to time stop immediately afterwards, because the bottle was still in my hands. For this one, because I'm picking up the heart, the bottle's not in my hands, so I just side hop quickly to get out of there with the clock running. Now, you can't get all the masks because you can't get the blast mask. So on the cycle that you get the blast mask and all night mask in, you can't get the couples mask or there's another one. Is it Keaton mask, I think? Yeah, I think it's Keaton mask. Like, you can't get those at the same... Well, you can't. You can't do it. Because if you save the old lady, you get 2 of those, and if you don't save the old lady, you get the other 2. So that's why you can't do that. So we brought the last heart piece in Termina Field, and it is 3:45. And we haven't even gotten the frog one yet. Oh, postman. That's right. No, wait. You can get the postman. Oh, no, you're right. All 3 of them. Yeah, we can't get the postman because we don't get the special delivery either. Because the guy's just not there. So, yeah. I take it back. So you can't get those. So we're gonna do the boat cruise last, but man, we ran out of time. We're not gonna be able to make the boat cruise like this. Oh, thanks, Legend. And don't forget, after the boat cruise, we still need to get into the clock tower. So it's not like we're done once we do the boat cruise. So if that by itself takes 2:15 and we're already past that mark here, we're going to need something else to buy us some more time. So that's what we're going to do now. We are going to use the things that we've gotten all throughout this game to buy ourselves just a little bit more time. Why are we making our way up to the Goron graveyard? What could we possibly want in there? Well, let's see. This only works with real bottles, by the way. So it's a really good thing that we've got 4 of them. By the way, if you saw me wait to cancel time stop right there, it's because I needed him to put the bottle away, because otherwise time would be running while he put the bottle away, which I didn't have time for. So yeah. So we're gonna get hot spring water in all 4 of our real bottles. What are we gonna do with that? Well, there's only 1 heart piece left. If you look at that tracker, you can see it's the Kume one. So here we go. Time stop, we use the fake bottle. I didn't lose the fish. Not yet. But I'm about to. So I'm going to get the Deku nut right here. Just again, because I wanted to end with as many real items as I could. Now we've lost the fish in that duped bottle. So no more fish there. The only fish left is in Zora's hand. And we're climbing the ladder. And oh look! Don't tell me you forgot about this guy. Now we finished our equipment upgrade. So we got max equipment. That's what those 200 rupees were for. We finished that part of the challenge. So that was another reason that we used the title deed. Oh, guess the score. Guess the score. Guess what the final score is going to be. I got as many as I possibly could. $30. Wow. Is that what you think about me? Anyway, we're 40, 50. All right, we'll see. Now, what's all this about? We don't have time. We don't have time for this. Ain't nobody got time for this. What are we gonna do? Wait for it. Wait for it. Your hot spring water cooled. Look at the timer while this message is on. The timer stops for the text box that tells me that my hot spring water cooled. So those 4 bottles of hot spring water bought me just enough time to finish this off. Who said 50? You serious? 40? Uh-oh. Might need some new guesses. And this last one, for some reason, just not enough time. 71. 71 is the final score. Now we need to get into the clock tower still. And I don't have time stop. Well, I do as a Zora, but I'm not going to use it. We're not going to use it. We're just going to make our way into the clock tower as fast as we can. There it is, with one frame to spare. Now this is your last break. This takes about 5 minutes from here before I get to the moon. I'm just going to play the Oath to Order right now. So, and you had a breakfast break, a lunch break, a dinner break, a dessert break. What break would this be? Hey, someone's paying attention. Yeah. So, it turns out that in the course of trying to get all these heart pieces, only a handful of masks are actually required. Only the Postman's Hat, the Keaton Mask, the Gero Mask, and Camero's Mask are absolutely required to get a heart piece. I don't need Fierce Deity. Fierce Deity doesn't matter. I just need the heart. So only 4 masks are required to get specific heart pieces. There are other ones that are intended to use to get heart pieces, like you're supposed to use the Captain's Hat to open the grave, but it's not strictly required, right? So there are ones like that, but there are only 4 that, to this point, we still don't know any other way to get them besides SRM, as far as I know, at least. And it's those 4 that I mentioned. Then there are other masks that aren't required but make it easier, right? Sorry, I forgot to. The Couple's Mask and the All Night Mask are also required, but we did those with fake masks earlier. That's why I didn't mention those. So the 4 masks that we actually have... Yeah, we clipped into the grave. Oh, you didn't see that? That's okay. The 4 masks that we actually have that are required for specific heart pieces are Camaro, Gero, Keaton, and Postman. Other masks are helpful, though. Like, for example, the Mask of Cafe. It helped us get the disposable paper, and another one. It helped us get the Chateau Romani, which made the bank heart piece much faster. So there are masks like that we got that are helpful for heart pieces. And the rest that I haven't even put on, I just got them, they're basically just the fastest masks that I could get. They are the Stone Mask, the Great Fairy Mask, the Bremen Mask, although the Bremen Mask we did use to get Bottle Umbi, the Gibdo Mask, and the Captain's Hat. We got all of those specifically because they're just on the way, and they were pretty easy to get. All the other masks in the game, like the other 10, including All Night and Couples, they're just either out of the way, or they would take too long to get, or just for some reason they're harder to get than the ones that we got. So we didn't need any 10 particular masks, but we needed 10 masks. That was the point. So every time every time you asked, why did we get this mask? We don't need it for a particular heart piece. The answer is we needed 10 masks. We needed a total of 10 masks. And you're about to see why. Because despite the fact that the moon heart pieces are out of the cycle, that doesn't mean that we can just ignore them until the end of the cycle. They actually dictate some of the stuff we had to do on the way. We had to collect some masks because of the fact that we had some heart pieces on the moon. So each kid requires masks to get into their game, and they need masks to make them disappear. But they don't need masks to get out of their game. So I just need enough masks to get into their game, get the heart piece, and leave. That's why I needed 10. I needed 1 for the Odalwa kid, 2 for Goat, 3 for Gyorg, and 4 for the Twinmold one. So that's why we had to make sure in the course of all of our collecting, we had to get 10 masks. And the best way to do it is get the ones that we had to get for heart pieces, and then get whatever the quickest ones were. So yeah, just because you don't need them till the end of the run doesn't mean you can ignore them till the end of the run. So from here on, there will be no time stop, because there is no need for time stop, because the cycle is over. And time is always stopped up there. So from here on, it's just continuous movement. Not completely continuous, but you get the idea. We're not stopping for time stop anymore. So let's start with the Odalwa kid. Good thing we got the biggest bomb bag just now, because we could sure use some of these bombs. We want you to use the Deku flower, but we'll just do a mega flip and then a damage jump. This one we can just roll to. Hop past here, along the edge there, and then do a little bit of hovering. And from here, just one extra hover, we can now do a mega flip over there, and there's our heart. And now we go. We just get out of here. We don't have to give him a mask to get out. We just use the blue. So since we've still got the Goron mask equipped, let's go ahead and just do the Goron trial. We don't need anything else in here. We don't need bombs or anything. We just use the Goron mask. So this is a good time to save a pause. We'll use the shortcut. If you haven't seen the video on the shortcut, it's interesting. Or you can just watch this, I guess. You can just curve around those bridges. You have just enough room. And there it is. And again, we just leave. And now we'll do Twinmold. There's a reason I waited till now to do Twinmold, because now when you give him these 4, you'll only have 3 left. And for Twinmold specifically, after you get the heart piece, you don't want to backtrack like we did for those first 2. You don't want to go all the way back to the beginning and find the blue. You want to talk to him to get out. And if you don't have 4 masks and you talk to him, it's a little bit faster. You don't have to decline to give him masks. He just recognizes you don't have enough and just lets you out quickly. Bomb Chew? Why did I equip that? We'll see. Another Gero Master. If you were concerned that this was the only boss in the Spirit Shrine that we didn't have to fight twice, this should ease your concern. And now I know we don't have to do this. I know we don't have to use the bomb tree. There's a way to solve the puzzle without it. But I thought it'd be cool to release it anyway. And have it travel during this cutscene and blow up the wall and give me a chance to do this. So alternatively, instead of shooting that eye, you can go play the Song of Healing at that Gossip Stone over there. In the previous room. So this one is going to solve the puzzle in the next room and keep the door open. If you had done that in the previous room, then this ladder would have been here. So you see how quickly he let me out, because he recognized immediately that I don't have the heart pieces, the masks. One left. Have you ever seen the Zora trial done without the Zora Mask? It's actually not trivial. You might think it is. You might think, oh, you swim as humans, no problem. Well, you're right about the first part, but getting out would be a problem. I know I have the Zora Mask, so it's not really a problem, but you know, just to add a little bit more interest to the run. We're going to do it without Zora. So, you can't just dive in the water in the next area to just get out of here. So what do? We ISG, we do one hover, Ocarina dive, and now we have enough room, just barely enough room to swim out. If we didn't have the hover, if we just tried to Ocarina dive off the edge right there, there wouldn't be enough room. So that's why we did that one hover. Oh yeah, the timer, because we were underwater, but we had so many hearts. That's why it was so huge. All right, that's 20 hearts. Only one thing left to do. And you'll notice all the other kids are still there. Oh, yeah. Huh. I didn't think of that. I could have just drowned as a Goron. Or Deku. Oh well, my way was more fun. Good idea, though. You got to see it without any transformation masks. How about that? Alright, so what are we going to do here? I don't know. There's any number of ways that we can beat Majora. So I decided let's just use all 4 forms. We'll do one for the... We'll do human for the pre-remains. We'll do Deku for the next part. And if you didn't know this is interesting. These flowers here on the floor, they're actually flowers. Like they're Deku flowers you can burrow into. learn something new every day. So we'll use our Goron for this next one. Enough room to get the spikes and then pound for a bit. And we'll start with Zora for this next form. It was at this point I realized, wait a second, I don't have fins. I still don't have fins. I've still got a bottle on B. So I decided to run with that anyway. I used my shield to stun him, or whatever it is. And now we'll just release Furore the fish for the final time. It did good work. And we'll finish off Majora with these Goron punches. And this turning around back and forth, by the way, it's not arbitrary. I'm turning away so I don't face the remains as they're looking at me. And that's that. Oh, I should stop the timer. Just subtract like 5 seconds from that. Why? Why don't I have fins? You'll have to go back to earlier in the LOTAD to see why. Thank you. Biggest thanks I could possibly give in a context like this to Castellec or Kita, I think he calls himself. He was always available. Every time I had questions on Discord, I could just ask, and he would get back to me. And so much of this was what I learned throughout this process is thanks to him. So shout outs to him for sure, and thanks to all the speedrunners and glitch hunters and people who made various tasks and videos of tricks. I mean, I can't even keep track of all the names, but so many of your videos on YouTube helped inform how to make this run possible and what could be done to save time in different places. And so thank you so much to all of you. And those of you who stayed for the entire 4-hour plus run, thank you too. I know it's a big commitment to do that, and I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to just hang out with me here and just enjoy the premiere of this thing. It's been a long time coming, and I am relieved. I am really glad that I finally got to show this off. So thank you so much. Nothing left to watch but the credits, and you'll get to see half the credits at least, because we got half the regular masks. So if you want to stick around for those, great. I'm just gonna stay here until the end until it says the end, and then we'll probably cut it after that. But yeah, thanks. Anything else? Any final questions or comments that I can answer, or things I can talk about while I'm still here, or while these credits are rolling? If you think of something, feel free to post it. Otherwise, I'll just see what I can come up with. I hope it was entertaining. Was the commentary entertaining? Did it help during some of the more tedious parts? I tried to prepare a few things. Like that dog race one was totally scripted. Yeah, good to know. It was a great experience. It's my first time doing something like this, especially premiering something like this. But yeah, take what we learned and see what comes next. Honestly, I'll probably get back into speedrunning after this. It's been a while, and my interest in some of the older games I used to play has been renewed lately. Thanks in part to Liquify there. What is that? TK. I don't know what that is. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom. I said it right before the chat came up. Let the record show. We want me to do that next? Liquify. So it was thanks in part to Liquify, who is running Arrow the Acrobat 2 now. It's been a while since someone showed interest in that game, but yeah, I'll probably get back to that soon. I was really glad that the equipment upgrades worked out as well as they did. Not just that there was enough time for them, but they actually helped make the route better. Like moving the Deku scrub from the mountain to the swamp so that I could pass by him and get the biggest bomb bag at the end. Like that was pretty cool. Like I didn't even think about it. But then as I was coming up to the end of it, like, okay, I have to add the biggest bomb bag down. I'm like, oh yeah, he's over at the swamp, so I can just do that. And having that second empty bottle after the gold dust, that played into the route for sure. That made things easier at that point. So it was nice that what I was doing, even the stuff that I was doing purely for the equipment challenge, actually had an impact on getting the hearts. And the fact that I had no sword for the Honey and Darling part. That was all just for equipment, but it helped. It helped get the hearts in time. So it was all pretty convenient. But there were so many times and so many places where they just went wrong and things just seemed like they couldn't be done. There were so many desyncs and so many sections that I had to redo. Like when the all night thing, I thought if I got there by 6 I would be okay, because I could just do it at night and then I could do the 2-hour one after. And I did that and then realized the hard way that you can't do it on the third day at all. Even if you have 2 hours, you just can't talk to her at all on the third day. So I had to go back and move the graveyard part, which took about 2 hours. I had to move that out, which is what ended up changing the route to the swamp, because I couldn't soar there. Also that I could get there by 4 instead of 6, so that I could get both of those heart pieces. But yeah, early on it looked bleak. It looked like there just wasn't enough time. The heart pieces all looked like they just took way too long combined. That all night heart piece taking 14 hours by itself, it did not look good. The beavers taking so much time, the swamp shooting gallery taking so much time, the clock running while it was adding my score, all these little things that just kept nagging at me and pecking at me and saying, aha, the clock's running. But thankfully it ended up being possible. Also, at the bottom of the hour, so 5 o'clock here, there will be 3 uploads up immediately. The LOTAD itself with no commentary is going to go up, and then I made an edited version where I just took out all the cutscenes or things that were like cutscenes, and my definition of cutscene wasn't very consistent, but it was 2019 Legend, and it was SGDQ. So yeah, it's basically just a more watchable version of this. And then I made a third version where I cut out all the time where the clock wasn't running. So it just shows the first frame of every single time that the clock shows throughout the run. And that video ended up being like 39 minutes long. So for this 4-hour run, there's only 39 minutes where the clock is actually running for that cycle. So all 3 of those will go up on my YouTube, and yeah, you'll just see them in that playlist. The Majora's Mask, True One Cycle, All Hearts, LOTAD, on my YouTube channel, the Ox. But that last one I think is very interesting. It's only 39 minutes, but if you watch it, it's a little surprising sometimes when you see the bits and pieces where the clock is running and when it's not. But yeah, it's pretty fun to watch that one. It just zooms right through everything. And then I will upload this video with the commentary as soon as I can. I need to cut off the part of the beginning where... maybe I can just upload it by the way it is. Honestly, I should have just started the recording later. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna cut out the first part before the run starts, and then I'll produce that, and then I'll upload that. So I don't know how long that's gonna take, but it should be up later today. This version with the commentary and the tracker. This was quite a journey. This was amazing. Good times. And we're coming up to the end here. Oh, I was so happy to make this. Thank you for watching it and enjoying it with me. Whew! That was a ride. Anyway, thanks again to all of you who stuck with me and who helped me out. I hope you have a wonderful Resurrection Day tomorrow. I hope your whole weekend's going great. Praying for you. So yeah, thanks again. See you all soon.